Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are getting ready to run uh, Light of Xaryxis. We are on episode 3. So we can get you guys a little caught up. Our friendly heroes here had been on shore leave from their Spelljammer Navy. And the world was attacked by something. They do not know what. But these strange green crystalline vines began sprouting from the world. And now they are trying to escape the atmosphere. Shall we see if they are successful? We'll find out. Welcome to the game, everybody. Anybody want to give us a rundown on where we're at and what... Oh, shit. Anybody want to give us a rundown on where we're at and what's happening?
I can do it.
Send it.
All right. Well, we started off in my hometown where everything was great, and we heard this blacksmith talking about some poor schmuck who had a vine pour out of the ground, but it didn't lead up to the clouds, and it didn't even have any magic beams. So, as we were trying to find out where this place was, all hell broke loose. Chaos rained down from the sky. Planting itself on the ground. More vines popped out of the ground. We attempted to save my family, which we were 66.6% successful. And we were able to get, defeat the little plantlings or whatever, crystal plantlings or whatever they were, and managed to get everyone to a ship, which was kind enough to rescue us. After we got on the ship, we found out that it had been taken over by pirates and that the smuggler who originally owned the ship had enlisted our help to try to take it back. We have agreed to do so and are about to absolutely, whale on some pirate booty.
All right. As you all headed up, back up to the top, or sorry, out the door, I realized something when I was getting prepped. So this map down here, this lower ship, this is the same level. The only difference is that the doors. So where you guys are now, you actually didn't come up. You actually just walked out a door that is right about here. As the front and back are obviously a little higher on the, excuse me, a little higher up. You guys exited the door, and you all notice that the people who are manning the ship seem to mostly be working, except for their leader, who has made himself known as Travis. He sits up at the front, looking outward, upwards towards the sky. And you guys have not yet left the atmosphere, but you are on the way. More of these strange meteors, in quotations marks, are still flying down towards the planet. Elena, kind of leading you guys out, pauses near the main mast. Travis, I'd like a word, please. With a bit of a grumpy demeanor, he kind of stops staring up and looks over. You do not give me orders or tell me when you wish to talk to me. But he comes down nonetheless. It's the one and only time it'll happen. What do you want? Well, you see, I might have lied a little bit. What do you mean? You guys notice that some of the other crew members seem to be paying a little more attention now. Well, dear, you see, this is actually my ship. So you have the choice of handing it back to me, and I will give you safe harbor. Or he pulls out a cigar and strikes a match, lighting it before she finishes her sentence. Or I can fight you for it. We'll fight all of you if we have to. He sneers. You and what? These misfit creatures? By all means, milady. You hear the unsheathing of weapons all around you. You may roll yourselves in.
Where exactly are we? Like where the tokens are here? Like right at this door?
Yep,
Wait, so we're not
up here.
'cause You're on here twice. So is Estria.
Yeah, upper map.
Oh,
Got you.
Snorlax, and you got to change which person you're rolling has.
I already did.
Oh, because it says you're rolling as Snorlaxon.
But now it's showing Shuck. And I clicked the
Okay.
initiative on Shuck's page. I just hadn't changed my name at the bottom.
Okay, that's fine. All right. That. Roll them in. All right, and we have our turn order. That blocks him a little better. Well, if that is how you wish, by all means, Travis. We shall see who takes the ship. As she flicks, sorry, as she begins to pull out a weapon she got, begins to pull out a scimitar, and she looks at Shuck and says, remember, as many as we can alive, except for him. She flicks her cigar at him, which she kind of like covers his eyes for a moment. She pulls out a dagger and she charges at him. Let's see. Hit, and hit, doing a little bit of damage. Okay. She rushes forward, slashing with her scimitar. He's unable to uncover his eyes in time. He takes a couple slashes, and she stabs the dagger through a crack in the armor, tearing flesh. He shouts. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong number. 8. Albus, it is your turn, sir.
All right. To the surprise of no one, I will be casting. Hold on. Spiked growth. On this area right up here. I should be able to pretty much trap him in that, correct?
Like growth, ground and 20-foot radius. Center. So my understanding, as this spell, is this does not work on on objects. So like a ship is an object. You'd have to be like on like it would work on like concrete floor or something like that. It would not work on a ship.
Ah, okay. All right. Well, I can at least move to here. That should give me a clear shot at him, correct?
Yes, and like your character would know that, so it's not like you burn the spell or the actions.
Okay. And I will just hit him with 2 Eldritch Blasts. Both with repulsive.
Okay.
Or repellent. That's the one. Right. Don't know why I rolled at advantage, but
The first one is a miss.
all right. Second one.
That one is a hit.
Hold on. It should be sorry. It should be also be adding my charisma modifier to that because I have
So under your damage modifiers, I think I put one in there for you. For agonizing blast.
no, I'm not seeing it. I got Genie's Wrath, but I don't have. Yeah, no, I'll add one later, but yeah.
Yeah, you can just make another one under the damage global damage mod. And since your charisma is 4, it would just be 4. But all right, so 7 and 4. All right. So you unleash 2 blasts from your hand. The first one catches him off guard, hitting him in the rib area. Or sorry, the second one does, as the first one has missed. Just narrowly going past his head and slamming into the door on this side of the galley area, splintering it. Bonus action?
None, but he should have been pushed back about 10 feet.
All right. All right. As the first one misses, he looks over, you catch him in the ribs, and he's able to hold his feet well enough that he doesn't fall, but it slides him across the deck. His metal footwear scraping the top of the deck.
All right, and I think that's my turn now. Yeah, I'm good.
All right. 10, 15. All right, he is going to do. Make sure he can land on his feet. He does. One of them comes charging over, leaping over the railing here, and landing between you, Cal, and Astariel. He's going to attack you first, Cal. Or the big threat. You're ready though, as he leaps over. He's kind of dumb and he gives a shout as he leaps over. So you just kind of like turn with your great sword, right?
Yep.
Great sword and parry both of his attacks. And it is your turn.
Cal will laugh in his face and then kind of shoulder him off like with the greatsword and yell, "Come and get me, you coward!" And then he's gonna charge this way, leaving the space.
Okay, he's gonna get
And
an attack of opportunity.
yep,
Oh fuck no. Keep going.
yeah, and he's going to charge and jump into these guys, and try to land on one. Essentially, trying to grapple one of them, but shoulder checking into both of them.
Okay.
Well, rather like shoulder checking into this guy, attempting to kind of collide as best as possible, but landing on this guy here.
Okay. As you shout, the other two turn towards you and see you charging. Are you raging?
I should be, but I did not specify.
Then it is going to be a disadvantage because there is two of them. Actually, sorry. We'll give it a straight roll because of your size. So a straight roll, they have advantage.
You to roll, sorry.
Athletics, straight roll. Yeah, you shoulder check the first guy and he rams into the second one. The other one falls over. That is going to be your first attack though.
He's going to bonus action. Well, I can I bonus action between my two attacks,
Yes, you can.
or do I? Then he's gonna rage after this moment and attack with his greatsword, the guy in front of him.
All right. Turn him on the side so we know that he's prone. 13 is a hit.
So he probably just bonked him with it while he collided. Probably not a big slash, but just bucked him with the sword after collided into.
All right. You keep going quiet and loud in between. I gotta keep turning it down and turning it up. Damn.
Weird.
Yeah, you slam into the two of them. The one having somebody behind him manages to hold him up. However, the second one in line hits the ground. You then bring your sword up and as you're kind of charging into him, you kind of give a shout and you try to stab him. You do catch some flesh, slicing him across his upper arm.
Nice. That's it for.
All right, it is actually now his turn. He is going to take a couple swings. One of them is a hit. As he swings his mace, trying to recover, he swings his mace at you, and he manages to just like catch you in the elbow. You take 5 bludgeoning damage. However, he still hasn't fully got his feet back, so as he does his second swing, he's a little off balance, which you easily just slap away with your free hand. Duck. You're going to take 2 swings, which Yeah, you kind of saw this coming, and as you turn to look at them, what face are you wearing right now?
I was still wearing the high class like main character adventurer, like a Star Lord type.
There's something about your eyes. It's off-putting to him, and as you turn to look, he manages to completely miss both swings as he's staring into your eye, not aiming for any part of your body. Astariel.
I'm gonna see that guy right in front of me, and I'm just gonna rip a magic missile at him.
All right. Bro. You might want to reload. Holy shit. That was rough.
It did the same thing last time too, where it would have the same number 3 times in a row.
Well, on D4, I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, but that's brutal,
Tragic.
man. That's brutal. Yeah, you Astariel, you after this guy has swung at Cal and Cal charged off, he kind of turns to look at you and he smiles. You react by just putting your hand up and give him a smile of your own. 3 blasts of force just simultaneously all just slam into him at several different parts of his body. You see his kind of jaw move to the side like he got clocked in the face. One of his arm holding the mace kind of gets slammed like he hit him in the shoulder, and one of his knees almost buckle.
And then I'm just gonna, seeing this have not worked as well, I'm gonna point a finger gun at him.
Oh yeah, the finger guns.
All right. At that range, it is at disadvantage.
Pish posh. Oh no.
He looks up to see your 2 fingers pointing at him an inch away from his face. And then as your thumb goes down, he just instinctively moves his head to the side and it goes zipping over, taking a little tiny piece of this railing with it. Hey, easy on my boat, will ya? Elena hollers.
If you wanted me to go easy on the boat, then kill this guy in front of me.
I gotta say, I love that Cal just left the healer swinging on her own. Oh no. Yeah, 1, 2. This one leaps down onto the stairs right below you. Let's see if he remains standing. That is a 6. He falls down. He's able to catch himself from rolling any further down the stairs, but he is prone on the stairs. He's gonna, yeah, from where he is, gonna make his attacks at disadvantage. Just aiming for your, wow. Lucky that wasn't at advantage. Damn. They both miss. As he's the first one, you just kind of like step over it. The second one, he goes to bring it down directly on your foot, which you of course move your foot, and it cracks into the top stair. You look down and you can definitely see that he's trying to reef on this weapon to get it out. It seems stuck. He rolled a nat 1. Shuck, this one's gonna make some attacks against you. That one is a miss. And that one, however, is a hit. I'm not sure if you have any reactions if you get hit, but if you do, it's up to you if you want to use it.
I don't.
Okay. You take 6 bludgeoning damage as this mace cracks into your upper shoulder. This one steps forward, loading his crossbow. Seeing seeing Albus, since he's done some damage already. You hear Travis say, "Get that one in the robes with the stupid haircut." And he raises a heavy crossbow. That is a 15 to hit.
Just hits.
You got lucky on that roll. That was a shit roll. This heavy crossbow. Damn. Sorry. This heavy crossbow slams into your thigh. You look down and at which time you decide to use a reaction spell. Okay. Dexterity save. Does not have. Oh shit. So that is a fail. Roll me thine damage, sir.
Not great, but
As he begins laughing, since his shot hit, and he sees you suddenly look up. Do you want to describe what you're doing as you cast this spell?
well, my stupid haircut goes a little crazy for just a second. The comment that comes out of my mouth, you know, is, don't forget to get your magic wands at Mike's Magic Mart. But there's a second voice that comes out, which I can't even describe. It's just in a lower pitch, and it's definitely not common.
Hey. His laughing suddenly abates, and you see his skin start to get almost like fiery tendrils streaking across all of a sudden as he like kind of screams a bit. And with that, it is Shuck's turn.
So I'm gonna start by using my Pentacle of Woe. So I'm gonna use that to cast one of my hexes as a bonus action instead of an action.
Okay.
I'm gonna use Hobble. Now the one guy that looks different, that's the captain.
This one is Elena.
No,
This
the
one
guy-
is Travis.
Yeah, so I'm going to use Hobble on him.
Mm.
Strength saving throw. Now, would that go by my spell save DC?
What is you should have something just simply called Hex. It's kind of like an overview of how your Hex works. Like not Hex Hobble, but just probably Hex. Hex is okay. That's otherwise stated. Use your spell attack modifier and spell save DC, yes.
So then all of my things are wrong. It listed as DC 15, but it's 16.
All right, let me take a look real quick. All right, so I'm going to show you how to change that. Now you'll have to change it anytime your spell save goes up manually. So if you go over like a bait, you go to the gear on the right side of it and you hit that. And where it says spell save and it'll say like strength versus spell, you're going to click on that thing that says spell, go all the way down to flat, and then a new little spot will come up and you put in 16 there.
Wait a minute. So like where it says saving throw charisma versus DC spell?
Yes, you're going to click on spell and you're going to change that to flat.
And then 16.
Yep.
All right, I'll do that after. So I used hobble on him. Now because of my insidious spell at a 5th level, you can cast a spell that affects a creature that is under the hex that has disadvantage on first saving throw against the spell. The feature only applies to hostile creatures under my hex. So
Well, let me
when
roll the save first. See if he's affected by the hex. It is a strength.
Yeah.
Which he does not. That is a fail.
All right. So now he can't move more than 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to use my accursed act at level 2. Why didn't it work? Hold
All right, let me see what that does real quick.
You get disadvantage though because of my
Let's make wisdom
insidious
save.
stuff.
Okay. Wisdom save. Disadvantage. Didn't even matter. He definitely failed.
Yep. So now anytime you attack or try and use a spell, you'll take 1d8 plus spellcasting modifier damage, psychic damage.
Attacks or cast a spell. Okay.
If he doesn't attack, then he can repeat his saving throw.
Okay. Well, he's probably going to attack on his first turn because he doesn't know what the fuck's going on with that. Okay.
That'll be it for my turn. I'm not going to move out of their range.
Okay. This one will move up. Seeing you light a candle and begin to use words of power, take a shot at you. Okay, he has advantage, which did not matter. The heavy crossbow bolt slams into the deck by your feet.
Didn't you hear the woman? Be kind to the ship.
Be kind to it when it's ours. Another one steps up, and he's going to raise a shot at the one that looks to be the biggest threat. Ow. That is a 14, which is a miss. This one sails past you, Cal. He's trying to avoid hitting his ally, but in the process, he misses. Isfahan.
Yep. So you're going to get an attack of opportunity with this guy as I'm moving across.
All right. That is a miss.
Keep moving and get over to there. Then attack the captain.
All right. You come charging in, and you can see he's kind of looks like he's a little confused. And however, as you take a swing at him, he kind of like dodges it.
We'll try it again.
That one, it seemed that your first strike was a little more than a feint. And as he dodged the first one, suddenly the second one comes flying straight towards his nose. Give me a damage.
And flurry of blows. So
Hey. Okay. Okay, holy fuck. 14. As your second blow lands, you follow it up with a knee kick followed by a kick to the other side of his jaw. He seems to stumble a little bit.
and that's me.
As he kind of stumbles, trying to right himself, he shakes his head. This thug. One's gonna get here. He's gonna load his crossbow, and he's one at the back of Cal. That is a 20 to hit, sir.
That hit.
You suddenly feel a pain in your back, fairly noticeable through your rage, as this bolt does 8 piercing damage, sinking deep.
Okay.
You kind of like use your sword and you swing it around your back, and you can hear and kind of feel the snap of the arrow or the bolt shaft breaking off. And you kind of like take a look back at him and sneer. And you see the shock on his face, the fear setting in. Okay, so he takes damage every time he tries to attack. Is that correct? Like a damage once per turn, equal to 1d8 plus spellcasting mod. Okay, which you cast at level 2. So that is, yeah, he kind of raises his sword to go to attack Isfahan. And as he begins to bring it down, so yeah, he makes his one attack, but which it is a fail. So as he goes to bring it down, suddenly he kind of like lurches like there's something wrong. And the sword doesn't even go all the way to the deck. He just kind of freezes for a moment. He looks up at Isfahan, and even though his nose and his mouth was bleeding before, it suddenly explodes with blood, just coming out in fountains. It starts coming out his ears, his eyes, and he kind of freezes up. You can almost see the veins in his eyes pop, and he falls to the ground.
Hey, real quick, scroll up to when I cast the spell and hover over my first damage roll. Is that right? It says 1 star 1 in brackets D8.
No, it is not. I don't know what the fuck they do.
But
Shit.
then the second one shows 1d8 plus spellcasting.
Yeah, so
abilities.
the 6 is correct. The 8 is not. You did roll an 8, but it's not adding your spellcasting mod.
The 6 was correct, but that's the one that shows 1 star 1.
Yes, that's because you're rolling it at a higher level. That's what the 1 star 1 means. If you rolled it at say a level 3, it'd probably be 1 star 2. But it also says a D8, so it did roll a 6. But I do need to change that in your sheet. Why the fuck it's doing that?
Yeah, and it didn't add the spell casting.
What was it called again?
Accursed act. Yeah, accursed act.
Okay, there it goes. Now it's correct. Still killed him either way, but
And that counts as a kill for me, so I get my 10 hit points.
uh-huh.
You just got served.
Yeah.
What the lawyers?
This one's going to use half his movement to stand back up. He's going to charge at Elena. She definitely parries his attack. His first one. And his second one. Just side to side. She's going to use her turn to attack back. Which both are going to hit. Albus.
All right. So the foe captain is dead, but our healer's in big trouble. So I think I'm going to go ahead and launch 2 Eldritch Blasts, one at each of these clowns. Wait, is
All
one
right.
of them prone?
One of them is prone and down the stairs behind her. It would be very hard to hit him, and he's prone right now.
Although then I'll just go after.
All right,
Sorry, I'll go after the one that's been prone twice.
for sure.
And this time I'm going to remember to put Genie's Wrath on my first shot.
Hit.
And I'll go ahead and put a repelling blast on that. Push. I know it can only push him back to like 5 feet, but that should give our healer enough to move away if she wants to.
Yeah, for sure. You want to roll me your damage? There it is.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, damn. You got Genie's... what's the Genie's Wrath again?
For one attack roll, I can add an extra 3 fire damage.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah, as this slams into him, as he's raising his mace to swing at Astariel again, he gets slammed into this corner. He slams the back of his head against a solid wood beam, and he kind of has to shake his head to get his bearings again. And as he does so, you can see there's blood on the beam. Cracked his head open a little bit, but he is still standing.
Let's see what I can do about that. Second Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, that's a hit.
All right. This one will not have Genie's Wrath, but still gets an Agonizing Blast. And there's no point in pushing him because the push won't do extra damage, right?
If he was 10 feet from the wall, then yes, he would have, but... Actually, you know what? I'm going to say add a d6 to your damage. Okay. I mean, you don't need the d6, but all right. You can roll that too if you like. Jesus. This time you slam this Eldritch Blast directly into his face. His head slams against the beam, and you hear the sickening crack. As he hits it and slides down, you have basically bashed his head into this beam with such force, it has made a nice little triangle dent into the back of his skull. He just slides down to the ground, eyes wide, with his head stuck to the beam.
All that head trauma, and I still couldn't beat any sense into him. So sad.
Guess we're not leaving that one alive, she says, and chuckles.
All right, and that's my turn.
Cal, you're up.
So Cal will look over his shoulder just to kind of see what's going on over here, and then he'll laugh and take out his broadsword, his greatsword, and we'll smack this one with the broad side of it, like non-lethally, not trying to chop him down, but we'll turn it sideways and bat him with it.
Okay. Just so you are aware, that will probably have the damage, but you are. Give me a medicine check. He's not close to going down yet. It'd probably take a couple good chops, bring him down.
All right, the first one will be normal. The second one's going to be broad, just to kind of even add insult to injury a little bit here.
All right. Wow. So I think that's our first nat 1 attack game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't bring up my roll tables, guys. It was this game
You
we
don't have to
decided there
do
was going to be
that.
roll tables, right?
Yep.
Crit fail table. Give me a D200. Looks like a
Either works, we'll just go with that one.
that's the wrong. Not a.
Unless.
All right, so we're gonna make that a D20. So we'll take a. We'll call it a 17. Your opponent suddenly looks quite tough. We'll do a strength. Okay. Your choice of strength or charisma, but he's going to do an intimidation. It is a check, not save. What is your strength modifier?
4.
So a 17 versus a 5. You quickly shake that head out of your, or that thought out of your head. And you bring your greatsword back in for your second attack. Roll me your damage, sir.
This was the broadside, so it's bludgeoning and less.
And half. So half of that is, we'll call it 7. As he thinks he's got the upper hand, he smiles. As a little bit of fear steps into your eyes, which is suddenly replaced by a smile as you smack him square in the forehead with the broadside of the sword.
And that's supposed to have 2 rage damage as well.
All right. As your sword slaps him right in the forehead, you can see you split the skin, pretty much the center of his forehead, where the center of your broadside of the sword smacked him.
Talbot to say, fall in line. And that'll be it for him.
And if I don't, he swings his mace at you twice. Not past 5 feet of you, so that is 2 misses. The blood seems to be getting into his eyes as he makes his attacks with his mace. Fortunately for him, you just kind of bat them away or step out of the way. Shuck, these ones are going to attack you. That is a miss, and so still a little unnerved by what he sees in your eyes. He makes his first attack, missing, and then he kind of bolsters himself and comes in with a second one for a hit. That is 6 bludgeoning, sir, as he slams your ribs with his mace.
I spit some blood on the floor, look him in the eyes, and say, "Harder. I barely felt it."
Astariel.
You said 6, right?
Yes.
So the guy in front of me is just kind of laying on the ground, right?
Yeah, he's like, his head is towards you, but he's prone on the stairs. He's getting ready to get back up, though.
I'm gonna kind of bend down, grab him by like his collar, and uh like start casting Eye of Ra, but not like get to the part where my eyes are glowing, and just tell him, "Do you want to live or not? If you want to live, you're gonna have to work on this ship with us, and if you don't want to live, I can solve that problem for you."
Intimidation. You see his eyes go wide. Okay. Just let me know. Let me go. Let me go. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say.
I'm gonna drop him back on the floor, and then I'm gonna like walk onto this little thing here, point at this guy up here, and just like gesture for him to come forward.
He's going to continue to load his crossbow.
Do I still like have my action and bonus action, or did the intimidation take up one of those?
I'll say it took up your bonus action. Or your action if you want. It definitely took one of your action economy. It's up to you which one.
Well, I'm gonna say it took up my bonus action, and then I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast the guy loading a crossbow.
All right, send it. Yeah, you're out. Or go ahead and roll your second one.
Do I get a second one, even though I'm not 5th level warlock?
Cantrips go by character level, not class level.
What is this?
Your first one hits the railing in between the two of you, and it splinters away, and he kind of like shields his eyes as he continues scrambling to reload. Your second one, however, with the railing gone, it slams into his chest as he's bent over. Do you have agonizing and repelling blast?
I don't think so.
All right. You see his chest plate dent in a little bit. Or sorry, he's wearing leather. You can see that the leather cracks with the force, exposing some flesh beneath. But it seems you knocked the wind out of him for the moment.
Is there like a little cuz this part of the ship up here looks like it's higher than the main deck.
It is,
Is there
yes.
an area down here where I could be like but the wall would be in between me and this guy's crossbow?
No, there's basically doors right there. Yeah, there's a door right there. So where you guys were down there, if you see your token on the other map, a little further down, there's the door here. And then that is where you guys hid hid Elvis's stepkids. So I mean he just have to aim directly straight down at you.
Right. I'll just stick there then.
All right. This one is going to stand back up and go below decks, which I will move him to where he should be. That would be 8. Here. Order. This one is going to take a couple swings at Chuck. That is a miss. This one also reeling from what he sees in your eyes. It misses the first one, but he brings it back around, hitting you in the other rib for 8.
Good job. You at least took out the life force I stole from your captain. Now, how about you try some real damage?
They seem extremely confused since although they know they're hitting you, and they're hitting you pretty decently, that you don't seem to have actually gotten cracked ribs or anything. Strange for somebody not wearing much in the way of armor. This one's going to step to here, and he's going to take a shot at Elena. Which misses. Shock.
All right, so I'm going to reach into my gray bag of tricks. So I roll a d8.
Okay, roll your d8. 6, which is
I
a
summoned
giant
giant
badger.
badger.
Jesus.
It's not in my character list.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it.
You, All right, so I toss it down beside me, and are those ropes above me within reach? Like, could if I jump straight up, could I like grab one to get to a higher elevation? Like, I'm not trying to get out of these guys' reach.
I'm gonna say, mm,
Like, are they standing on those ropes?
no. You guys are underneath them. So I'm gonna say the thing probably goes up about 25 feet to the top. So that where you're standing, it's probably about 12 and a half to 15
How-
feet.
How big is a giant badger?
A giant badger is actually not as big as you'd think. A badger itself is not fucking big. It's just tough as shit. I'm gonna say a giant badger would probably be, I think, probably a little bit smaller than a mastiff, or maybe around the same size.
So could I use it as a step stool?
Probably. Let me take a look at the stat block. By the way, I gave you the stat block. It is in summons and conjures. Take a look. I mean, if he's he might try to let you, but whether he's going to be able to hold his weight or not.
Well, I just want to use them as a step to grab onto that rope.
I'll tell you what, I'll allow him to do a athletics. So you can roll me an athletics with him to see if he can hold his feet. If not, like his feet are going out from underneath him and he's prone and you're on his back.
I don't want to do that. That'll mess up my thing. So I'm going to call out to everyone as I summon this badger. Be like, anyone who throws down their weapons now and agrees to do their jobs and finish delivering this cargo will leave the ship with their life. And if our gracious captain so sees it, maybe she'll even let you take part of the take. But your other option is death. Choose wisely. And that would be my bonus action.
I'm going to say with that one, should I be intimidation or sweet? I'm going to say you offered a reward. So I'm going to say persuasion. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Roll me a d8. I'm going to say the one next to Cal looks at Cal and slowly begins to put his weapon on the ground, keeping eye contact. Blood pouring from the wound in his forehead. The ones next to you and the fucking badger, they both drop their maces and begin to back away to the side. This one's going to back away over here. These ones are going to start backing away that way. You see, where are they in the turn order?
I just added the badger to the turn order.
Okay, so 3 of them have now, I'm going to give them a marker so you guys know. We're going to mark them pink for pussies. So those ones have lowered their weapons. The other ones are shouting, "What are you doing? Pick up your weapons!" as they continue to load crossbows and get ready for attacks.
That would be it for me.
This thug and these 2 thugs actually are both going to take shots. One's going to take a shot at Isfahan and one at Elena. First one at Isfahan is a miss. Second one, which is at Elena, is a miss. Isfahan, you're up, my guy.
I will move 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and then attack this one right here. Regular damage.
That is a hit. That is a 12.
Really? 11's a hit? These guys are weak.
Yeah, they have like no dexterity. They're just thugs, bro. Like, he's still up though.
How's he looking after that?
Like he's about to drop his crossbow and pull out a mace.
All right, same damage.
All right, that is also a hit.
Still looking pretty healthy.
He's looking a little he's looking close to getting dropping, but he's still reaching for that mace.
Burn a key point, flurry of blows. I'll move over to unarmed or non-lethal damage.
All right. Still up, but not by much. That'll fucking do it.
And that's my turn.
This one yells again. I said pick up your fucking weapons! And he aims down at Astariel. That is a 21 to hit.
That loops right back around to not hitting me, definitely.
I feel like you don't have anything that does that. So I'm going to say 7 piercing damage.
It was in my backstory. It was from a previous game. Don't worry about it.
I don't know. I don't feel like that works.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge an arrow.
I don't fucking think so. Holy shit. So as soon as you finish launching your Eldritch Blast, this one raises his crossbow, aiming for the same spot. He plunges it into your chest, although after a moment it feels like he probably missed any vital organs by pure luck. This one is going to take 2 swings at Elena. Okay, no, he's only taking 1, because as he misses, it manages to get stuck in the mast. Elena takes this opportunity to chop, stab. 4, 4, and yeah, his weapon's stuck. I'll give her advantage. So 4, 4, and 9 is 17. You see her in rapid movement, slashing, making an X, slicing deep through the leather chest guard he's got on before she takes her dagger and stabs it right into his solar plex. You see him start to like cough and and start gasping for breath before she just yanks it out and watches him fall to the ground. They're speaking truth. Put it down now. Albus.
All right, so that big meanie up there, he's still picking on our healer, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
I'd like to try something.
Sure.
Can I use Misty Step to go right there?
I would say yeah. 1 second. Apologies, I think I accidentally inhaled part of my cigar while I was trying to talk. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to see the floor, but you don't have to be able to see the floor. You just have to be able to see the space. So you could like aim it just like a couple feet above, and then easily brace yourself for the landing. So yeah, you could do that.
All right, and just let me look at oh, it's a bonus action too. Perfect. All right, bonus action. Misty Step to that area. Step 2, I will cast 2 Eldritch Blasts, both with repelling. Let's see if the banister railing on the ship will keep them from flying overboard.
All right. So Eldritch Blast normally happen like fucking rapid succession. Just give me both attacks, then we'll roll out the damage. Don't. Both slam into him. Let's see them damages.
Okay, and first one will have Genie's Wrath. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good with Eldritch Blast tonight. All right, second attack without, of course, without the Genie's Wrath, but still has Agony. See, I open my mouth and look what happens. But yeah, they're both repelling. I want to see if I can knock them overboard.
All right, so that's 7 and 5. So as the first one slams into him, he slams against the railing. He almost goes over, but he holds his feet. But and as soon as his feet touch the ground again, your next one slams him directly in the face. It throws him overboard, and he starts to fall down until he gets out of the gravitational pull. You guys haven't broken atmosphere yet. Yeah, dude's fucking dropping. And the worst part is, bro, he is 1 HP. He is barely conscious. But he is conscious enough to know he is going to hit that fucking ground hard. But yeah, he drops as soon as he gets over the railing, and you hear, ah! He just starts screaming as he falls to the ground. Thousands and thousands and thousands of feet below you.
I just turned this shit in. That's the sound of regret. He wishes he surrendered.
Is there anything you wish to call out, good sir?
Oh no, that's why I call out. I look to the guys that didn't surrender and I say, that's the sound of regret. He wishes he had surrendered.
I'm gonna
How
say,
about you
give me an
guys?
intimidation. There's only 2 of them left. They both see dude fly over, and they see Isfahan has just dropped one of the dudes so quickly. They drop their maces and raise their hands.
What didn't one of them go downstairs?
Yes, he did. But he had
Was he an enemy?
he gave up. He gave up.
Just making sure
Cal's
we didn't
gonna
overlook a guy down there murdering his family.
No, he
as,
gave up. He dropped his mace and he stood up and like backed down the stairs. But
as things just ended, the Cal's gonna be walking around with his sword out, kind of looking at the people like, you want to fight still? Just making sure no one's getting any bright ideas.
no, they all have their hands up in the air away from their weapons. Elena walks over. All of you, over here now. Get on your knees. And they all walk over. Isfahan, the one next to you, obviously cannot walk over. So it's up to you what you want to do with them. Here you.
I'll pick him up and carry him down.
All right. And this one says, it's just me. I gave up already. And he comes over to join. Elena looks around and says, so, you all thought you could steal my ship. And they all look at Travis's broken body bleeding from every orifice on his head. We're sorry. Please just don't throw us overboard. You're all lucky that I'm a good person. And, I mean, that these ones are as well. Because we should throw you over. But we could use a crew, and seeing as most of my crew is not here, I guess we're going to need some of you. So, here's how this works. From now on, you're with me. If you wish to get off at the next port and never see each other again, so be it. But we are going to the Rock of Brawl. I have contacts there that can help. And she looks around at the damage to the ship between the Eldritch Blasts and the missed arrows. Which, I can at least get my ship repaired there, since apparently I need that. She looks at behind them at the broken door. So, with that, tell me, is my pilot still at the helm? They all kind of look at each other and look at her. That thing's a pilot? Well, yes. We thought it was a sentient blob of snot. I mean, Flapjack does kind of look like that, but no. She kind of, she shuts her eyes for a moment and she says, Flapjack, leave this rock to the Rock of Brawl. Instantly, the ship begins moving quicker at a more upward angle. The higher you go, you can see more of the night sky. Quickly, you leave the world behind. All around you is darkness. However, sorry, I actually forgot to open my handout, which I think I was supposed to read from one right now. One moment. That isn't the right handout. Apologies. I opened so much shit. I think I just forgot to this one up. Son of a bitch. So as you guys begin to escape the atmosphere, the darkness ever unfolding before you, but amongst it, stars. You look down at the planet you're leaving behind. Through the clouds where there are breaks, you can see scores of crystalline vines erupting from the surface of the world. Some of the vines reaching high enough to break even through the clouds. Find yourself sailing through a void filled with colorful gases and blinking stars. A school of wild space dwelling past the ship on the starboard side. She looks at your ragtag group of sailors. Welcome to Wild Space. Sweeping her arms wide. That was a close thing down there. Last if I know what those vines are or how to get rid of them, but somebody on the Rock of Brow might. So if our business is concluded, as she turns back to the other ones, you may go about your business. I assume you all know how to work a ship, yes?
Yes, we do. Thanks again for picking us up. It's worked out well.
Well, you looked capable, and I did need somebody to help me take my ship back. She looks at the other ones who have surrendered. And she says to the others, so that one there, one of you can go fix him up and wake him up, explain the situation. If he doesn't like it, you will throw him overboard. And they all kind of nod. She comes over to your group. Well, shall I give you the tour?
Oh, I appreciate. I gotta go check on the kids. Yeah. You guys enjoy your tour. I'll be right back.
I'm just
And I'll
kind of
just run off. And
I'm just kind of sitting in that crook there with my badger in front of me, like rocking back and forth.
She looks over to Astariel since she's the closest, and Shuck, does it look like you're like paying attention, or are you like disassociated right now?
Disassociated. I don't know if you saw what I put in chat, but when you first mentioned Brawl, my face dropped pale white and I shapeshifted into a white-haired little girl.
Okay, so Elena would not have noticed that. Looks at Astariel and who is that little girl? And where did she come from?
Dario kind of ponders for a bit, trying to figure out if she should lie or not. She's one of us. Don't worry about her. She'll be fine.
That strange one. Shuck? Where did she go?
We're a strange lot. We have many diverse clients for our group, so this one comes in handy. Shape changer, don't you know?
Oh. I see.
Yep. A little bit strange though, so don't mind them.
Very well. Did any of the rest of you notice that she shape changed as soon as somebody mentioned the Rock of Brow?
No. I was
Nope.
mean mugging
I
these
did
guys.
not.
She's going to walk over. Chuck?
Cal would have also heard her say that, but to like he didn't notice anything specific with Chuck.
Okay. She's gonna walk over to Shuck. My dear, she kind of like since Shuck is kind of like turned into a little girl, she's gonna walk over and kneel down. Dear, Shuck, is it? Can you hear me?
I just kind of like my head slowly kind of tilts upwards, tears running down my face.
Are you all right?
I didn't know we were going to rock a bra.
Is that a problem?
I swore I'd never go back.
Sorry, you got real quiet there.
I swore I'd never go back.
I see.
I I was hunted there for years. It took so much to get off that planet.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to take you there, and I might know of... like I said, I have several contacts. I might know someone who can maybe help you out, protect you. Help you all get off the planet if you wish. I do have a job I must fulfill. Once I get back there, I will not be there long, but I know people that probably help you. And given who I work for, well, no one will mess with you. As long as you do not cause trouble for them.
Oh, who do you work for then?
She kind of looks back from her kneel position, all the way up at your like 8-foot tall self. Well, that is my business for right now.
Shuck gives her a quick hug on her leg now that she's standing and then runs back to hiding behind the badger.
She reaches her hand out towards you, in the way a parent would reach out towards a child for them to hold their hand. Come, let me give you all a tour. She waits to see if you're going to take her hand.
I grab it and follow, and then my other hand is leading the badger.
Okay. So I'm going to do this. And I'm going to move you all to a different level. Oh, Albus, if you would like to get your children and then meet us on the next floor down.
That would be smashing. Just a moment. No, run off to get the kids.
As you enter this room, where the chair is sitting in the room with the helm, or what you would know to be the helm, that is now manned, where it was not before. Oh, no, sorry. Yes, I forgot. I actually put him somewhere else. Sitting upon the chair is this strange-looking creature. You may give me a... I'm going to say a nature or an arcana. Your choice.
I shall go with Arcana.
This creature is a flumph. It is known to be from the Underdark. Not you, Shuck. You're with he's getting the kids. You're still with Elena, heading down to the next level.
My bad. I just heard you say everybody.
No, Albus. God, now you're super loud. What is happening tonight? Discord's going wild, bro.
Oh, my headphones were unplugged for a second.
as you walk into this room, this creature sits there, and suddenly it stands up on two of its limbs. It's almost flat head with two eye stalks protruding from it. It kind of like stands up on a few of its legs, and then two of its other tentacles kind of like come up in front of it and bunch up, kind of roll up almost. And the way it's moving, it almost looks like it's ready for fisticuffs. And you hear something in your head. What languages do you speak?
I speak Common and Elvish.
You don't understand what it says. It starts going back and forth, moving around. And you hear something in your head. It sounds almost like an Elvish dialect, but much stranger. And then, as your face kind of screws up in confusion, it pauses for a moment. It stops moving around. And I want you to give me a thought. Kind of save is that. Detect thoughts is a... okay, it's taking forever to load.
Loading. Please
Wisdom save, please. You push it out of your head completely. And although it's not making a move to like actually attack you, it starts moving again like it's ready.
I was gonna be like, whoa, 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 flapjack, right?
Its eye stalk's kind of narrow and it stops moving. It keeps its couple tentacles up though.
Well, it's nice to meet you. My name is Albus. I've been working with your captain Elena to reacquire her ship and get us to the rock. I'll stretch up my hand, for a handshake. It's very good to meet you, sir. Person.
In your head, you hear, common it is. Well, welcome. I'm Flapjack. And he kind of like, with one of his tentacles, he acts like he's tipping his hat to you, even though he has no hat. There's noise from in there. Are they yours?
Yeah, they're my stepkids.
They were very
No.
rude. They told me to fuck off. I don't know what that means, but it seemed aggressive.
Oh, that's just how they are, They've been through a lot today. They've lost their mother, so they're going through a rough time. Teenagers, am I right?
Huh. I guess. Well, I need to, concentrate on, taking this ship out into wild space. Not exactly a safe place. Need to make sure we're gonna stay away from any... Oh, shit! And you see him kind of like close his eyes suddenly, and you feel the ship jerk in a different direction suddenly. You all can give me a dexterity save, please. That does not give you advantage. This is not an effect. This is the ship just suddenly lurching. Everybody seems to hold their feet except Cal.
It's danger sense. I sense the danger.
Your advantage on dexterity saving throws against effects that you can see. This is not an effect, and you can't see this. Can't see this coming.
What about this? Oh, I don't have a button for it. I'm a wild spacer, so I'm used to being in space.
That's your whole argument right there? Is that really
Yeah,
your
it
whole
fell-
argument?
It
Man,
fell apart really quick.
yeah, it sure fucking did. Nah, you get tossed into these crates here at the side. A couple of them break. Everybody else manages to hold their feet.
I found this. It actually doesn't actually help, but I've learned to adapt to zero gravity.
You're not in zero gravity.
Okay.
Yeah, no. So the ship has a field of gravity around it. That is why that dude, when he went over the fucking ship, like, he immediately started to fall. There is still fucking gravity.
Yep, totally.
But you
I fall
crash
my
into
ass.
the crates, and Elena turns, says, "New space legs, huh?"
Oh, Cal doesn't like that. He kind of gets all pissed off and stands back up, brushes himself off. He's just like, whatever.
She chuckles. But back to Albus and Flapjack. Well, sorry, almost kind of ran us directly into a gas cloud. But yeah, we are moving at Mach fuck right now, so I gotta concentrate. If you're trying to get to them, give them a knock, but try not to disturb me, okay?
Absolutely not. No. Give him a salute and go to open the door.
It is locked.
I will use the key.
They have the key.
I will knock on the door. Hey guys, you okay in there?
Albus?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, they didn't kill you?
No, they didn't.
I'm not sure whether to say shame or I guess you're not useless after all. Completely, anyways. You hear the lock click and the door opens. They both stand there.
Are you two okay? Did you get hurt? Start actually, put my hands up, looking them over, making sure they didn't get any bruises or bumps or anything.
We are fine, says Joralf. So is it safe to come out now?
Oh yeah, we've successfully got the ship back and crew's under our control, and we're on our way. We're gonna see what we can do about getting you back to your dad.
All right. They walk out, and the Thalia looks at Flapjack, and she kind of like sticks her tongue out at him. He sticks what you could assume is his tongue back out as his eye stalks kind of squint at her. And you
Where
can
is this thing?
it's nowhere near you guys. It's just Albus right now.
Okay, thank you.
Albus, you hear in your mind, and judging by Thalia's look on her face, you both hear, "Stubborn little pain in the ass. Trying to concentrate." And she just kind of like is taken aback.
Hey, language, everybody. Let's just keep it civil.
Go on, get
We're like,
out of here.
we're getting-
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'll usher the children and myself out to the others so we can take our tour.
You guys get down here, and you see the dour look on Cal's face, kind of a little pissy, grumpy, if you will. He says, well, now that you're all here, that door just at the end of the stairs there, and she points over to here. Well, that one there is one of the crew rest areas. She points to the two doors at the back of the room over here. Says that is also where we rest. Now and then we sometimes have transport animals and whatnot. So, you know, that's kind of the feeding area there. Flapjack, when he does decide does Jack sleep? Fuck me, forgot to look. Does he sleep? Doesn't say he doesn't, so Flump usually comes down here to sleep. But yes, this is some of our, I mean, you already know I smuggle, so this is our normal cargo, the stuff that keeps us legal. Now, if you head back down to the other floor, as she gets to the stairs, she says, and this is where we usually keep our smuggled cargo, if you will. However, as you guys get downstairs, you see a lot of people along with several crates, barrels, all of that kind of thing. And as she gets down here, she freezes as she sees all of these people. She looks back up at you. I swear to God, this is not what it looks like. Who are all of you? And you can see that they are all visibly scared. Women, children, elderly, a few men here and there. Well, pipes up this man. We were supposed to be refugees, as he stands up and reaches behind his back. But according to your men, we're to be slaves. Sorry, excuse me? He pulls out a dagger. He goes to stab her. She quickly disarms him, puts him back on the ground. As this other man behind him heads towards her, she raises the dagger, but she doesn't go to stab. I assure you, I did not even know you were down here. Those other men, they stole my ship. I promise you, you will not be slaves. I will take you to the Rock of Brow. That is where we're headed. I will unload you there as refugees.
I'm gonna kind of tug on her shirt on the bottom and look up and be like, if they know how to man a ship and those guys up there are slavers, I hate slavers. I say we make them walk the plank.
She begins to let the guy up. She keeps the dagger on her, however, just in case. And the man slowly stands up. You really didn't know? No, of course not. The man who stole this ship, well, he's lying dead on the deck, bleeding from a lot of spots. But, my little friend here's right. Can any of you man a ship? Around the room, about a dozen arms kind of slowly raise. As you guys look over the crowd as well, you can see that many of these that are raising their hand are elderly, or even far too young. She looks around, she says, she points at 6 people. You swear you know how to man a ship? If not, it is fine. Nothing's going to happen to you. They all nod. Yeah, we can, we can man the ship. Very well. I do need you to stay down here for just a few more minutes. I'll send somebody down to come get you. I'm sorry it is cramped in here, but I'll give you some more room soon enough. And they all kind of nod, and they seem relieved. Elena looks at your group. Shall we go handle this?
Cal pipes up and
Uh,
says, if there's an option that we can just maybe lock them up, drop them off at Brow, might be better than just tossing them off the ship. These men are just kind of shifting around, but I'll follow your lead. It's something to consider.
I smuggle a lot of things. I don't smuggle people, and I do not have the patience for the people who do. You see her pull out a strange weapon from the back of her pants. In fact, she pulls out 2. She pulls a little latch back on each one. Most of you have probably ran into this once or twice over the course of running through space. These are flintlock pistols. Have your weapons ready and follow my lead.
Ooh, Cal likes them. He kind of notices that and gives her a nod, like he understands. Gif have an affinity for firearms.
Yeah, you do.
I'll look back at the kids and just be like, "You guys wait here. We'll be right back."
They nod, although they kind of look around the people, the being covered in dirt from the thing and kind of ignoring the own dirt that they have on them. You guys walk up and the people are back at work. As she walks up, she immediately stands between these two, as they're tying ropes. She says, "Plans have changed. Get the fuck off my boat." And she just side to side. She's got her arms outstretched and the flintlock pistols charged. She puts one to the side of each of their heads and just blows their brains straight out. This one immediately falls off the ship, falling. This one immediately falls dead. And as for the rest of them, actually, there's no point in turn order. They don't have their weapons. They just kind of like they're confused. Wait, what is this about? Trafficking people? Yeah, no. You have your choice. You can jump out in wild space and hope somebody picks you up soon. Or we can take care of it. Come on, man. Like, are you sure? There's nothing we can do? She looks at the rest of you. I did my share.
I will cast Eldritch Blast at this guy and blow him right off the ship.
Yeah. He flies off. He's now gone. You see that You guys quickly leave him behind as now that you guys are traveling through wild space. The speed of this ship is unbelievable. It seems you're traveling faster than even the ship you were all on. Yours was much larger with a lot more crew. This one, however, is smaller, sleeker. Seems to fly even quicker than your own does.
Sick 'em, boy.
Your Badger charges and drives down the thug and just starts ripping and tearing, gets on top of him, his claws digging deep and slashing as it's clawing over and over again.
Cal will walk over here and look at any of them over here and say, "You heard the lady. You have a better chance off this rig than on it."
Just fucking kill me then. And he spits in your face. He does put up his fisticuffs, for all that's going to do. Cal?
Oh, sorry. Cal will pick him up. Will attempt to pick him up at the scruff of the neck, like kind of the back of the coat, and give him a little spin toss off the ship.
Yeah, you just kind of reach like over top of his head and grab him by the collar, and he's trying to like get loose. And yeah, you throw him like he's like you're doing a hammer throw. And he's just lost in space. The other two start to run towards these ballista at the front. Anybody else want to step in?
Yeah, Cal continues to walk up the stairs, not like running, but he's walking up.
The rest of you, anybody else stepping in, or y'all just watching it happen?
Oh, I can go again? Okay.
Anybody, like Astaria hasn't said nothing, Isfahan hasn't said nothing, but yeah, man, like there's no turn order here. They don't stand a chance. I'm not going to bother doing combat.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, another Eldritch Blast or two to knock the guy on the right off the boat.
All right. Cal,
And Cal will just go up and put his foot on this one here, and just with like a kick off after resting his foot, just put all the pressure to boot this guy off.
yeah, they both are like trying to turn these ballista, but Albus, the Eldritch Blast caves in the back of this one's head and sends him flying overboard. He's gone. And then Cal, you just grab this one, pick him up, and heave home over the other side. And as they fall out of the ship's gravity, they're just gone. You don't see them.
This one here that got hit, he died and fell off. His body's not there.
Oh no, like he went over the fucking railing, like he's gone.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Cal will just go up and just kind of stand here for a minute and think about whatever he's thinking about.
The sight of all the carnage, I turn into the creepy old lady again. We couldn't hear you, Blair.
Sorry, I'd muted myself because I was hacking. Yeah, Elena kind of looks over at you, Shuck, and says, "You are a strange one, aren't you?" Says,
Cal
"Well,
just leaning on the railing, waiting, listening."
well, seems the sails are set. Everything's pretty much ready. I'm gonna go deal with the mess we have downstairs. So I will be back. Talk amongst yourselves, do what you will, and I'll be back." And she disappears down to a lower level.
Cal will hop over the ledge here with a big thud.
As she goes down the stairs, she actually pokes her head back up. Oh, can you do me one favor though? Get rid of this mess while I deal with the refugees, please.
I'll
And she-
search Travis. Go ahead.
And she starts heading back downstairs. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna say I'm just gonna search Travis before I chuck his body overboard.
Sure. You know what? I've got a handout for this.
As everyone starts to do the thing, Cal will walk over to the group and just kind of usher like he's gonna say something to everyone. And what he's gonna say is, just remember the plan. I don't think this one will react nicely to knowing our true employer. She has very rash decisions. So let's keep that under our head. Yeah. And then he's gonna walk over to this dead individual, pick him up, and just huck him off the ship.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, just searching the bodies and throwing them overboard. That's pretty much the plan. Got this.
So most of them don't have anything. However, Isfahan, roll me an investigation, please. An 8. That's a shame.
Shame, ain't it?
You find a white candle in his pocket.
No use for that. Chuck him over.
You guys go about tossing the bodies over the side. Elena comes back up with with 6 men. And she also comes up with a bucket of water for each of them and a mop. All right. As you can see, we took care of the problem. So if you wouldn't mind maybe getting rid of the blood on the deck, I'd appreciate that. They all kind of nod and realizing that their predicament is probably over. They do crack a little bit of a smile, though you can see deep in their eyes that there is still sadness. Their home is lost, probably lost some people, each of them. But they're more than happy to be out of there. And staring up at the sky, or lack thereof, they seem enamored. Several of them, their mouths drop open as they look up, and this kind of scene is nothing new to you. Still beautiful, but them, it is absolutely breathtaking. Well, it's going to take us a few days to get over to the Rock of Brow. But since you all seem to know your way around a ship, I'll holler if I need you. In the meantime, we're gonna, with so many people down there, we are gonna have to sleep in shifts, unless they're going to start just sleeping on the floor, of course. Now, So you guys are aware it has only been about 20 minutes since you left the atmosphere. Which means for you guys, it's still probably close to like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I think with that, we are going to take our 10-minute break real quick. So I can look ahead. We can all take a bathroom break, get a drink, whatever you got to do.
Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds good.
We'll be back in 10 minutes, everybody. And we are back, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a refreshing break.
Yep.
So, you guys have time enough for a short rest. What would y'all like to do? As they are cleaning up the deck.
One of Cal's items is a pipe of smoke monsters. And he's going to be sitting back and just having a big, long smoke. And he's going to puff out big astral fish, if he could.
Yeah, for sure. As you're doing this, you do notice as the blood finally gets mopped up, Captain Elena Sartell comes back up, showing, telling people to be careful, keep your hands in the ride at all times, but to come out on the deck so they can gander at something most of them have probably never seen. As they look out, what was once chatter coming up the stairs and onto the deck, it suddenly becomes utter silence as I'll look up in amazement, seeing all of these gas clouds and bright stars zipping past them. Says, so you're all aware, at the moment we are traveling about 100 million miles in a day. Hopefully, we should get there within the next day or two. Our reserves will be running low by then with this many people. I was not expecting to have, but as long as you treat my ship with respect, you're welcome aboard. Please, stay as long as you'd like on the deck, as long as you don't interfere with the crew's duties. And this one child, Cal, as you're puffing out small astral fish, one of them kind of floats down towards this little girl. And it floats like right past her face, and it surprises her. She kind of shouts out and like puts her arms through it and it disappears. As she was looking up. And and as you continue, now she's more enamored with these strange little astral fish that seem to be made of smoke. And as you puff them out, their tails wag as they almost swim through the air in front of you and this child. And she kind of giggles and looks up at you and gives you a big smile. She's probably only about 3 or 4. Probably has no idea what has recently happened.
Yeah, Cal will smile back and say, after he takes a draw off his pipe and says, if we're lucky enough, child, we might even see some more. Keep your eyes peeled. The astral sea, point of clarity, we're not in the astral sea, we're in the wild space, right?
You are in wild space currently.
Yeah. So he would say, wild space has a lot of interesting creatures.
Yeah. And again.
And he's just gonna keep puffing on his pipe, making fish.
Everybody else is still kind of enamored, and they're starting to talk amongst themselves a little bit. and you can see them pointing. The speed at which you guys are moving, it's getting harder to see like the gas clouds and whatnot, but given the size of them being, you know, some of them up to billions of miles wide and long, you can still see them through what seems to be probably the stars stretching over top and underneath the ship at this speed. But you guys can mingle around for a little bit if you wish. Shuck, you are casting Find Familiar.
Yes.
All right. What familiar are you pulling out?
Thinking the ragdoll.
A ragdoll, huh? All right.
Yeah, the mock looks interesting, but I also don't want it to eat any of these ex-slaves.
I mean, your familiar is friendly to you, so it'll follow your orders. So if you just be like,
But
don't fucking eat nothing.
But it also turns into an inanimate object, and if I don't give it an order, it acts to its nature, and if somebody tries to steal it, because it's essentially a mimic.
Fair. But I mean, you can just tell it not to eat anything until you give it another order, and it just won't do anything.
I'll do the ragdoll.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to do the ragdoll, that's fine. But yeah, you guys are able to mingle around, and you guys can get a short rest in.
Cal will use a few hit or just one hit dice. Yeah.
Astariel's gonna fill her dragon vessel with a potion of healing and then drink it.
For sure. You guys look around the deck. You can see a few people looking at you. I mean, you guys were in combat, so you are a little bloody at the moment, covered in dirt. You see some people looking at you. You guys can also see Elena Sartell leaning against the railing over here, looking out. And you see Thalia and Joralf leaning with their backs against this railing here, kind of looking out over the... What's the front of the ship? The bow? I looked it up yesterday.
Yeah,
Wow.
the bow.
Yeah.
Yeah, over the bow.
Stern is the back.
Right. And then starboard is the right, and port is the left, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're kind of like leaning against the railing, kind of looking up at the stars pass over. But yeah, you guys can do some mingling if you wish. Any of the men or women, some elderly, some children, captain, and the two stepchildren, or each other.
Let me know when my spell's done.
I'm gonna say that this has probably been an hour now. So you get your spell done. You don't get your short rest for another hour though.
So with Albus's permission, it's Albus that has the kids, right? Or is it a star?
It's Albus.
Please. So I'm gonna talk to Albus, and with his permission, I want to tell the ragdoll to protect the kids, and then hand it to them as a toy, and have it act like an inanimate object. How would you feel if I let your children play with the familiar, have it pretend to be inanimate with the sole instruction of protecting them?
Albus?
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Prestidigitation on myself.
I think you missed the question, my guy.
Oh, someone said something?
Jesus Christ. Would you like to repeat yourself, Shuck?
Yeah, so the familiar I summoned is in the form of a ragdoll. So I come up to you and ask, to make sure your kids are safe, how would you feel if I gave my familiar the only instruction of protecting them and had it act inanimate and let your children take it as like a comfort doll to play with? How old are your kids?
So, Albus, I don't
Uh,
think you gave me an age, so I gave them an age. You said they wanted to be teenagers. So, elf teenagers, let's say they're about 15, 16, they're actually like double your age since you're human.
Oh, so they wouldn't play with dolls?
no, I'm afraid not. That's not quite their thing. And just out of game, that is completely not what I heard at all. I don't know what happened, but appreciate the gesture. But yeah, teenagers, too cool for toys now.
Fair enough. So I set it down on the badger and let it ride the badger.
Yeah, which just follows you around. That thing lasts until it dies, right?
No till dawn.
Okay.
Dawn or until it dies.
Okay.
Same with the familiar.
Familiar, I thought stayed until it died or you sent it away, I thought.
I don't know, I'll read it while you guys do your thing.
But yeah. After your long rest, you guys can do what you want. There's lots of people to talk to or talk amongst yourselves. It is up to you. Like I said, there's Elena. There are all kinds of men, women, elderly, and children on board. Most of them are keeping to themselves, looking at the stars flying overhead. And Elena, the two kids, the two stepchildren, are with their backs against the railing, looking up at the stars flying overhead. And Elena is leaning against the railing at the off starboard, I believe it is, when it's the like this area of starboard. Just kind of leaning against it, looking out.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and cast prestidigitation on myself, clean myself up. I'll make my way over to stepkids and do the same just to ensure they're okay.
Sure. Oh, look, he's back. Thalia kind of giggles a little bit, which quickly fades back into sadness.
All right, let's get you two cleaned up. I'll cast a prestidigitation on both of them, and I should clean them up quite nicely.
All that studying, and he learns how to be a maid. They both kind of chuckle. So, Albus, tell me, how is it that you're going to find our father?
Well, Elena's right behind me, isn't she? If I look over my shoulder.
Yes.
All right, we'll go this way. Well, once we get to the rock, but we're gonna go ahead and send out a message and summon him, let him know that you're okay, and we'll arrange a pickup.
Well, can't say as though we'll be sad to be away. But, good luck and all that, I guess. During this whole conversation, they don't even really look at you. Kind of keep staring at the stars.
Yeah. Well, if you need anything, get hungry or whatever, let me know, and You guys are getting big and strong now. You can handle it. Yeah. I'll just be over here and I'll kind of slink off back to the other side of the ship, give them a little bit of room.
All right. Is there anyone else that wishes to do something?
I was just gonna get up and ask where they can get something to eat if they have any rations.
Well, as you're kind of asking people, most of them are saying, I don't know. One of them says, I mean, usually aboard ships like this, captain will let us know. But we're assuming it's not going to be for a little while yet. It's still kind of the afternoon, but if anybody knows when, she will, and he points to captain.
All right, and he kind of walks over through the people, bumping into people a little bit, and he comes up and it says, "Again, thanks for connecting with us. Where are we supposed to be setting up for lodgings, and what time are we eating for? Are we gathering up for mess hall or anything? Like, what's the deal for later? I'm a little bit hungry."
Well, you can probably find a snack in the one of the barrels in the fuck, what is the middle of it called? I think it's galley.
Yeah.
Open? Why is this handout not opening? Open somewhere. Not open somewhere else. Fuck, I put it? Get anywhere. It won't open. I don't know why. Oh, okay. In the galley, there should be some barrels. You can grab yourself an apple or something, but dinner won't be for a few hours yet. Hoping some of these women know how to cook. Might have to put them to work in the kitchen.
All right. Don't forget the vegetarian options. And he kind of chuckles and laughs and walks down the stairs.
Oh, wait a minute. Come back for a moment. So, I have a question for you.
Of course, what's that?
Your group might be one of the oddest I've ever seen, but the way you all know how to handle a ship, a few of the things the way you've said certain things and held yourself, seems like you've had formal training of sorts, no?
Nothing too formal. I've been on ships my whole life. I've trained them up a little bit, but as mentioned, we're lawyers, just traveling around, taking jobs where we can. But we are a bunch of misfits. I think we all found each other as a result. No one else to really take us in, and we found each other. But
Deception,
yeah,
disadvantage. Disadvantage would be a 5. I don't know. I've got to say, I've never seen lawyers handle themselves the way you do in battle, the way you work as a team.
well, like I mentioned, I wasn't always a lawyer myself. I grew up in wild space and have been on ships my whole life. As mentioned, I did give them some training, just kind of rolling off what my father told me to, uh, if we're not there are not too many of us out there, but um, I kind of try to change the topic on her. I say, but here, going to Brawl, there is Gift Town there, when we're there, I wouldn't mind stopping in. It's been a long time since I've been back to Brawl.
Yes, of course. You mean insight? You're pretty sure she doesn't believe your whole story. So
Yeah,
you
he's gonna try to keep his cool.
So there's only two things I can think of. At first I thought maybe pirate, privateer, like me. But the way you handle yourselves, it's far too, what's the word I'm looking for? Navy-like. So how long were you with the Spelljammers? The actual Navy?
Cal will just look over and say, what makes you think we're with the Spelljammers? Does it really matter who we're with at the end of the day? We're not with them.
I'd just like to know who's on my ship. Don't worry, I'm not going to throw you overboard. You did me a solid. I'm going to do you a solid. And besides, even if I wanted to throw you overboard, I might be good, but she kind of looks you up and down. I definitely can't lift you over the side. And she kind of chuckles.
Yeah, he'll smile and just say, well, either way, we're a group of misfits, and we tend to stick to our own group, no matter our affiliation. You're in good hands with us. A favor's a favor, and we'll honor that.
She stops leaning on the railing and faces you squarely. She puts out her hand and looks you in the eye.
Cal will shake her hand.
I'm hoping that once we get to Brawl, our little pact holds, and you will not be mentioning the goods.
No, you saved our lives on that planet, and as mentioned, you have a life to fulfill. We won't get in your way. You're not doing anything no one else isn't doing around here. You're trying to make a living. And you held your own with the slavers. We know the cut of your jib.
I'm glad. Well, just in case we run into any more problems, we do, and you help me sort them out. There may be a little more I can do for you other than just a ride to Rock of Brow.
Well, good. We'll keep that in mind for sure. Connections are good out here in wild space.
Actions usually determine whether you live or die out here. And you kind of
Ain't
see
that the
her.
truth?
You kind of see her like almost drift off in thought, or she kind of clears the throat and, well, welcome to the Moondancer, I guess. Pleasure having you and yours here.
Mm-hmm. It's a pleasure to be here for now. I'll talk to the rest of the group, make sure we're all on the same page.
Appreciate that. Go get yourself a snack, Chebby. And she kind of chuckles.
And he's gonna lumber down the stairs and go immediately over to the group and just say to the group, kind of pulling everyone in a little tighter. He just say, "Hey, I had a quick chat with the captain. She's not really buying the lawyer gig, but I tried to keep it up best I could. Uh, she doesn't seem to have a problem with it. I think she knows. I think she knows our employer. Let's just keep playing it cool. I told her that her secret's safe with us, but honoring the favor, not leaving us for dead. So let's try to play nice and get the brawl, and we'll head our own directions. She did say she might have some connections, so she might be someone we can get some info out of moving forward. Seems to be all right to me.
Altos will just throw up his hands and kind of spin around a bit and be like, I had her. I had her. I'm no good at this stuff.
Well,
I'm honestly impressed you even convinced her in the first place that we were lawyers.
I didn't say we were lawyers. I said I was a paralegal. And I mean, it wasn't a complete lie. I mean, I'm pretty sure I read a book about that once.
I've been arrested a few times, so I'm pretty much a lawyer.
That was fucking wild. The two of you, that was great. But yeah. Is there anything anybody else wishes to do? People to talk to?
Oh, at this point, a look of shock and panic will come over Albus's face and be like, "Oh shoot, I gotta make sure Jerry's okay. I gotta make a quick call. I'll be right back." And I'll run below deck to use my genie's vessel, thinking it's a communicator to talk to Jerry.
All right. Is that a thing you can do with that?
I don't know. I'm gonna try. Let me see.
Holy fuck, that's long. Bottle respite as an action. Okay, so that's like a protection thing. Genie's Wrath. Once during each of your turns, you hit with an attack roll. Extra damage. No.
Okay, never mind then. I will.
Are you going to try to do that anyways in hopes it'll work?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the lamp. This is the thing that Jerry gave me. I don't know exactly what it is, but we're gonna try to do it anyway.
Sure. All right, so you're going below deck to do that?
Well, yeah, it's a private call.
All right, and Cal wanted to go get some food, so I'm going to drag you both down to here. Sorry, down to here. God damn it. Fucked up. I was trying to move Cal. Cal, you moved yourself as well, and now I can't grab either token. Hey, Cal, I need you to move yourself down to the next boat.
I'm stuck in the walls. There, I'll try to pull myself in. Huzzah.
Yeah, there you go. You can go down there.
Oh.
Albus, did you want to stay in the middle? Most of the people are gone anyways.
Yeah, I don't need like a ton of space, just enough to take, try and make a phone call that I may or may not actually be able to make.
All right. So you get down to the the floor that has the where the animals are usually kept and fed, and the staff can sleep. You want to describe what you're doing and how you're trying to make this work?
Legitimately,
Yeah,
it's a genius plan.
like if you're trying to do it, yeah, sure. I want to know how you're going to try and do this.
I'll rub the lamp and just kind of speak into the nozzle, hold the other end up to my ear, be like, "Hello, Jerry? Jerry, can you hear me? Are you there, Jerry? Did you make it?"
You are hearing your own voice echo through this this lamp.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing for the next 10 minutes, just to see if it'll work.
All right.
Can Cal hear him in there?
No, he is on another floor above you.
Cal's munching out then.
There are still 3 of you left on the top level. Is there anything y'all wish to do or anyone you want to talk to?
I'm leaning up against the starboard, pulling things out of my pockets and using like a torn piece of fabric from my cloak, and I'm sitting here making a voodoo doll.
Okay.
I don't have the skill for that or anything, but I'm just doing. I'm still the old creepy old lady, and I'm sitting there just fashioning a voodoo doll, very focused.
For sure.
And just on a whim, Isfahan is pissing off the back of the ship.
All of your characters just love to piss on things or off things.
Probably a preoccupation. I don't know why. Probably unhealthy.
Holy shit. It'll never get better than just like staring somebody in the eye and pissing on their boots in the Saturday game, man.
Didn't work out quite as planned.
Yeah.
Imaginary people need to piss too.
No. Fucking wild. All right, yeah, I mean, that's only gonna take you like 30 seconds. Like, anything else you want to do besides pissing off the back end of the boat?
So what's the economy like? What does a person usually earn in a month? Or does it vary by planet?
It would definitely vary. But I mean, most people that are on most planets, they have no idea what space is, like your common person. So like most people, like that's why everybody on the ship is like jaw dropped and like staring out at basically nothingness, just stars warping by. However, the general D&D knowledge, like table talk, 2 gold a month for the average person.
How many slaves were there?
1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 40, 50, 45, 26, 9, 30, 31.
I'll try and discreetly give each of them 2 gold so they'll have something when they get where they're going.
Hey, Mr. Generous. Yeah.
How'd you get so much gold?
We start with 600, right?
Yeah.
What? I have 10 in my inventory.
We got 600 and then plus what you started with.
Yeah. That was all discussed in session 0. Yeah. You can bump your gold up to 600 plus whatever you have.
After session 0, I forgot because we went and did that one shot.
Yeah. So your gold is 600 plus whatever your background gave you. So if you have 10 gold right now, you should have 610.
Can I make it platinum since we have carry weight?
Sure, you could have exchanged it.
So that's 61 platinum, right?
Yes. Yeah, all of these people, as you kind of walk around and you know, kind of slip the gold into their hand and kind of give them a finger to lips, shushing motion. Most of them either whisper thank you or like look at the gold in their hand and look back at you eye wide and kind of give you a big smile and a thanks. You can definitely tell, however, there are a few that they are probably grateful, but a few of them are still like really sad, of course, lost their home, lost their families, and
Yeah,
like,
2 gold's not gonna take care
yeah,
of that. It's just you'll need something to eat when you get there.
yeah, like it's not that they're ungrateful, they're not really showing much of any emotion other than sadness. They
Totally
still
get it.
they might make eye contact and give you a nod, but most people, they at the very least give you a smile and a nod or a whispered thank you. You're doing this discreetly, however. I would like you to give me a sleight of hand.
It's just not a good night.
That should not have rolled to you. The first one, they both, as you get to this side and start handing it out over here, Thalia doesn't seem to notice, but Jorlaf did meet your 11. Just handing out gold willy-nilly, huh?
They're worse off than I am.
Well, guess that's a good thing you're doing. Tell me. You don't mind. Albus. He hasn't been very useful on your
He's
adventures, right?
been remarkably instrumental.
He's kind of taken aback by that, and so is Thalia. Really?
Why are you surprised at that?
First, he's human. I mean, he's already middle-aged, and we're twice his age. He married our mother. Does that seem
She must have
gross
seen
to you?
something in him. Not at all. She must have seen something in him. I think you need to find that thing.
Maybe. I guess.
Give him a chance.
But what about you? What's your story? You, seem a little more serious and stable than the others.
No, on the contrary, I just enjoy traveling and I'm fancy free. I'm not at all very serious. Why, in
Well,
fact, I just pissed off the back of the ship.
you see Thalia's face kind of screw up like, ew, and Joralf's like, give me an insight, actually. Give me an insight. She's kind of gross by that fact, but he's like, huh. And he kind of like looks at the back of the ship.
Yeah, now you're
Was it
thinking about
fun?
it, huh?
Was it fun?
Absolutely.
Huh.
Would recommend.
I might have to try that. But what about the rest of your group there? Shape Changer and that blue one with the blue hair. She's not an astral elf, is she?
I believe so.
I've never seen an astral elf that has almost like it's like sparkling stars in her hair. Something's not quite right about her. It's not that she seems mean or anything, just different. Do you know where she came from?
I can't say that I do. Maybe you should ask her.
Maybe I will. What about that shape-changing one? Seems a little unstable, to say the least.
Just malleable, not unstable.
Well, does seem like we'll probably only be traveling with you for a few more days.
It does, but you never can tell.
He goes, you know what, if you'll excuse me, I think I need to go to the back of the ship.
Be safe, have fun.
Thalia kind of like watches him start to head off. She goes, you're such a fucking child. Older than you. He just continues on his way.
Nice. Molding future generations.
um,
What kind of dirty habits are you teaching my stepchildren?
Thalia, however, she kind of looks you up and down. If only I was a few years older. And she walks off. She kind of pauses by Shuck for a moment, watching her pull parts of her cloak apart and creating a voodoo doll.
Do I notice her?
Do you want to notice her?
Yeah.
Sure.
My head slowly creeps up. Would you like some candy? And a handful of hard candy appears in my hand.
My mother always told me not to take candy from strangers.
I'm strange, but I don't think I'm an
Right. She like doesn't take her eyes off you as she walks towards the stairs to downstairs.
Well, more for us. And I unwrap some and eat it and use some of it as stuffing for the voodoo doll.
Holy shit. Estariel, you've been pretty quiet this evening. What are you doing?
Istariel kind of walks to the, I forget which side is which, but this side of the ship, and starts now that she's out in the space, she starts praying to, I forget what exactly the name
So
of her patron is.
if you go to actually, you know what? I think I put it near the bio side instead of the character sheet. Give me a sec, let me check.
I have it written. It's Dilaron.
Yeah, so if you go to the like where at the top of your character sheet, it says character sheet, bio info, and attributes and abilities. If you go to bio and info, it's also there. So your warlock patron is Dilaron, and your deity was Angarod.
She'd kind of be sending out prayers to both, but definitely the warlock patron would be more of a transactional type of prayer. Like uh what would they have her do?
You know what? I'm pretty sure I wrote some of that in my GM notes, so give me a second to move this over here, and I will take a look what I put. Okay, so you had visions. Okay. Give me... Yeah, would this be... I don't know, would praying to a patron be a check? Okay, hold on, I got more notes here, but it's too big for my screen.
Persuasion, maybe?
So let me read this real quick. I'm so glad I put notes down, because I do not remember what I was doing with this. Okay, so... Okay. So, player knowledge, your patron actually serves Angarod. So as a refresher, what your pact was to give you power in exchange for stopping your visions from coming true, and to spread the faith of Angarod to new places. So I'm gonna say, yeah, this one probably would be a religion check. Well, you were only on that planet for a few days. You did notice a couple temples, but none of them seem to be to Angarod. And as you pray, first you get the feeling that you're on the right path, but there's something you should be doing, as there's a opportunity for it right now.
Astariel's gonna kind of finish up her prayer there and sort of look around for the people who are still seem quite distressed, even though that they have pretty much been saved from being smuggled. And she's gonna try and gather them all together and form a big prayer circle.
Okay. So you're going to try and persuade a bunch of people to pray to a god they've never even heard of. So...
Not necessarily pray to Angrad specifically, but just to sort of to like to kind of like a group therapy session, but Estariel sort of mentions Angarad once or twice in how her faith to Angarad has helped her get through tough times.
Sure. Did you want to try and roleplay this out, or you just want to do dice rolls? It's up to you. I'm not gonna force you to fucking give some big speech if you don't want to. Totally up to you.
I kind of want to try my hand at a big speech.
All right. So as you look around, you in fact notice a large group of people, seemingly standing around talking, and you can see that some of them are shedding tears. Some of them are sharing the anger at what happened. But they seem to be talking about what happened and what's going to happen.
I'll kind of gather them all together and just be like, and just say, everyone, fellow travelers, I know it must have been extremely horrendous being trapped in this ship for who knows how long and not knowing where your destination would be. But have faith. We've, uh, your captain and I will make sure that you return to a safe space. And in the meantime, I know uh, that in the meantime, I'd appreciate if you all sort of just sat here and we could all comfort each other in this time of uncertainty. I know that in times like these, my faith to the god Angarad has helped immensely. So if there's anything like that that you have, or if you want to join me uh, in my faith, that would be great.
One of the men pipe up. Join you in your faith? Did your god know that that was going to happen? Could they have stopped it?
I've come to believe that the gods' knowledge is not absolute. That it is impossible for them to know each and every detail about what happens each and every day. But when they find that something has happened that shouldn't have, that they believe shouldn't have happened and needs to be fixed, that they send someone they trust, in this case me, to help guide the people away and help them rest and recover from the wrongs they've been dealt.
As you mentioned this and mentioned that you believe you were sent. You do see a couple of them kind of look up over the railing towards Isfahan as you can see them gripping something in their pocket. However, as for the rest, I would say give me a persuasion. 15, not bad at all. One of them says, you know, some of us have our own faith, our own gods, but you do see a couple of them around this circle kind of listening to your words intently, and you see them looking around at each other. And though the planet died, who knows how many ships escaped? Maybe, you know, another 1 or 2 ships got away. Maybe you're right. Maybe your group of ragtag misfits missed your ship on for some reason. And then once they were on the ship, well, then you saved them again by freeing them from their would-be slavers. You see a couple of the people walk away. However, some of them stay. And can you tell us more about this god of yours? Angarad, you said?
Why, I'd be happy to. He's believing in Angarad has been a cornerstone of my life so far.
Now, since player knowledge, you probably don't know a whole lot about Angrod, but your character would.
I was looking up Angarad.
It's up to you if you want to come back and we can continue the RP, or we can just say that you go on at length as long as you're able to about, you know, the tenets of Angarod and what they're like, who they are, etc. It's up to you. We can come back to it if you want a little time to look up, and we can switch to somebody else.
I think we just say that Astariel just enthusiastically described how, like, what kind of a god Angarad is and what having faith in them is like.
All right, so that'll take a little while longer to do. But in the meantime, Shuck, you're almost done stuffing this voodoo doll. And this small girl walks up towards your badger. At first you don't see her. She kind of came from up here somewhere. We'll say it's this one here. She kind of walks up to the badger and she reaches out to pet it.
If I notice, I give the badger a look and whisper, "Be nice."
It kind of gives a chuff, like, as kind of it will, but it's doing it under duress. She reaches out and pets it, and cute doggy.
Yes, it is a cute doggy.
It
What's your
chuffs
name?
again. My name? Abigail.
Well, Abigail, would you like some candy?
Okay.
I hold forward my hand full of candy to let her choose.
Reminder, she's about 3 years old.
Then it doesn't specify in my spell. It just says hard candies. Do they have to be small candies? Could it be like a lollipop big enough to choke on?
A 3-year-old should be able to suck on a lollipop. It's more like you can't give a 3-year-old, like, you know, a fucking Jolly Rancher, because they're gonna die.
Well,
you know,
that's why I was asking, because it
Yeah,
doesn't
like-
specify. It just says hard candy, and I didn't want to hand her a freaking, a saltwater taffy.
Yeah, no, you sure, there we could say there's like a lollipop in there.
Here you go, little one. I want to. Does she look hungry? I have some rations. I want to give her some crackers as well.
She takes a lollipop, but she looks at the crackers and just shakes her head. But you can see that she's eyeing up this little rag doll.
Well, I see you like my little rag doll there. Unfortunately, you can't have that one. But this one, I'm just almost done, and I'm putting the last stitch in the button eye. It looks like the captain that we killed.
I see. You have a spell called Voodoo Doll or something, don't you?
No.
No, I thought you had like an ability or something for Voodoo Dolls.
I don't think so. I've been looking at my sheet all night.
Okay.
Not yet, at least. That's a future spell, I think.
Okay. Shame, because it could have been really cool. She kind of looks at it and she's like, that one's prettier.
As she says that, I nudge that one and it stands up and starts doing a dance.
Yay! And she's still like kind of like surprised at first, but then starts clapping her hands.
Yes, that one is prettier, but that one's special to me. You understand, right? You'd never give up your best friend, and these two right here, they're my best friends.
That's your best friend?
Yeah, why do you say it like that? They're loyal and they always protect me, and they'll never stab you in the back.
Oh. I see.
And it can do a little dance. Start bobbing with the dancing.
The girl kind of like gets a little concern on her face. Did you have friends that stabbed you in back?
To be honest, little girl, I don't remember much before the friends that I have now, my fellow shipmates.
Shitmates.
I want to like rub her hair, do the rub mess up her hair. I'm doing the action, but you can't see me.
Yep. Yeah, I know what you mean. So, okay, I'll take that one then. Pointing at the one you're finishing up.
Don't tell your mama, but if it ever breaks, there's a surprise inside.
Oh, that's
Really?
okay.
Yeah, but don't break it on purpose. You wouldn't want to do that. This here is a very special doll. It contains very strong magic. You you keep it with you, and well, you don't have to keep it with you, but you know, just do your best to not break it maliciously. And then one day, once you outgrow it, or when it outgrows you, it'll break open, and you'll have a little surprise inside.
What is Mephistiacency?
Magic?
No, the word you said. Mephistiacency.
Maliciously means going out of your way to do it.
Oh. Okay. All right. And she puts her hand out. And she puts the lollipop back in her mouth.
I give her the doll and then give her a pat and be like, all right, run along now.
Yeah,
Getting close to bedtime.
it's fucking like 3 in the afternoon.
It's space.
Yeah, she looks around. She's like, oh, sun gone down. Mommy normally gives me a nap. I didn't have a nap today.
Where's your mommy?
She kind of looks down at the doll you gave her, and she shrugs her shoulders.
She's not on the ship?
Without saying anything, she keeps her head down and she shakes her head.
Well, don't worry, little one. We'll make sure that you get somewhere safe. Come on, I'll show you where you can take a nap. And I want to lead her to where we were shown earlier that there's beds and stuff.
Okay.
The badger and the ragdoll stay here.
Oh, okay.
Once we're there, I tuck her in and be like, don't worry, little one. We'll get you all sorted out once we get to Brawl. You'll be taken care of.
Okay. She nods and she goes to sleep. Kind of curls up in the hammock pretty quickly. Cuddling this voodoo doll made of thread that resembles the captain. And with the lollipop in her mouth, she kind of nods off. As you shut the door, you hear something coming from more the center. Albus, what are you saying into the into the lamp?
Jerry. Jerry, you there? Hello? Jerry. Come on, buddy. Jerry.
It's like a genie lamp, not like a light up lamp.
Yeah, it's like usually they'd be like old school oil lamps.
Yeah, like a genie lamp. How long have you been here saying Jerry to that tea kettle?
Not long. Not long. Nope. Nope. See, oh, it's a tea kettle. That's why it's not right. No, quickly put it away. That's why it's not working. Got it. Been a rough day.
Yeah, for many it seems. That little girl in there lost her parents. She's got no one here.
Oh, that's awful. Those
Yeah,
plants are dicks.
it's the way of the world now, it seems.
Well, yeah, but like this has never happened before. There's got to be a reason for it. I mean, I don't know about you, but growing up, I don't remember, giant things falling from the sky and then being attacked by giant beanstalks and like plant crystal people. Like this is kind of new.
I'm used to being chased away and weird things happening, but I still don't like it.
Well, I'm terribly sorry about what happened to you, but I can assure you this specific example is rather new. Like never happened to anybody else new.
All those people just teleport here.
Judge, continue on. They're not there yet. I'm just getting ready for something.
Is there a bath on this ship? I'm starting to smell like the stale beer that we were drinking earlier.
Oh well, I'll take care of that and I'll cast prestidigitation on them.
Ooh, nice and fresh. I'm gonna shapeshift again into like just like a common nerdy looking commoner. Nice, clean and average.
Suddenly, oh, that's right. There are 6 shipmates. Goes back. Suddenly, the stairs are filled with shouting. The area begins to fill with some commoners, others going down lower. I'm down here. God damn it. You guys can feel the ship start to slow down suddenly, and all these people come rushing down the stairs, kind of yelling.
I'll stop one of them.
And as they get down to the bottom, they're all kind of clamoring. And Giralf and Thalia are some of the last 2 down. Hey, the captain says you're needed upstairs, both of yous. And Joralf continues down to the lower deck. And as he gets down here, he looks around. He comes down to see Cal, stuffing his face.
I found the ration.
Hey, captain says they need you up top. Like now.
Oh shit. But he starts running up.
All right. So uh, Geralf went downstairs, and Thalia is still here.
Yes.
Thalia, you get with your brother right now. Get to the bottom level. I'm going to take care of this. And probably the most authoritative I've ever been with them, but that's fine. And I'll make my way up the stairs.
You almost feel like you have a proud dad moment, as for once, she doesn't argue, which tells you whatever's happening is important, as she just immediately turns around and heads downstairs.
Barry, to me. My badger runs over.
As you guys get to the top, you see Elena back here. And you guys know that when your ship suddenly slows, it means there's something large, either directly in its way or close enough that it could get in the way. As you guys get up to the top, she calls out, "Astral elves! They don't look friendly. Better get ready for a fight." As you guys look, you see another vessel coming into view, approaching the Moondancer from astern. So that would be this side over here. Actually, we're going to change that to a starboard, because that's how I've got the map set up. The pursuing vessel looks like a giant moth with wings made of iridescent crystal, similar in color and luster to the crystalline vines that ravaged the world just on. You can just make out figures on the other vessel's deck, scrambling, arm the ship's mangonel, which a mangonel is this thing back here, basically a ship catapult.
Yikes.
Get that in line so that it can actually be. Okay, so these ships, I know on the map they are next to each other. They are not. I need to be able to fit them both on the page so that you guys can see them. But right now, she says, she's still trying to outrun them, but as it gets into view, she says, "Blast it! We're not going to be able to outrun them. Start manning the ballista and the mangonel." So, you guys have stat blocks. Under characters and then ship weaponry, everybody can open that stat block. So, how these are going to work is that it takes either 2 rounds or 2 turns to load, aim, and fire each of these weapons. Now, if you guys open the stat block, you will see ballista bolt under actions and catapult. Under operation, it will tell you how long it takes to load. So, shit, I have to go back to the other one for a moment, because there needs to be people on deck.
Because there's no water, how does like putting a hole in a ship work? Because
It still has gravity, so like if you put a hole in it, yeah, it's not going to like start to sink. However, there are still working parts to it. So, all right, give me 1 sec. Let me just copy and back to the other. And paste. Give me 1 sec. But any object still has, for lack of a better word, HP. So you do enough damage, it can still become dilapidated and unable to move. Or at the very
But,
least,
like,
limp away.
busting a hole in the bottom of it wouldn't do anything.
No. I mean, you would have to
They
be
might
able to
lose
see
some
the bottom.
pieces, but
Yeah. And like their ships, most of these are like usually made. They're usually not made of stone or metal. Like yours is wood. Theirs is like a crystalline and it's more like a crystal-like thing, crystal-like structure than anything. Well, you guys would know that how you guys get the ships to move is actually it's about the helm. Some are used like psionically, some actually have levers and such. There's different ways to make a move, but the helm is what makes it move. And they are usually well protected. If there's any part in a ship that is made of metal, it is usually the walls protecting the helm. What is that you dragged out? Oh. You don't have to drag it out. Just... Oh, good. Now it's sitting there. I don't know why that's happening. Just yeah, don't drag it out. Just open the stat block. Just click on it like you would your character sheet. So... Oh no, did my whole roll 20 freeze? No, I don't want to. I've already got the box open and shit. Fuck my life. Oh, you piece of shit. I gotta reload. Give me a sec.
How far away is that shit?
I will get there in a minute. All my handouts and stat blocks and everything closed, so I gotta completely set back up again. Uh... Ew. Oh my. That was a wild sneeze. And we need... And I'm missing one. All right, so keep in mind when you guys decide you want to use the ballistas and the Mangelas, that there is a specific range on them where they are not going to be useful. Okay, so if you look in the stat block, so the ballistic bolt, it says it has a range of 250 to 480. 250 is where you get disadvantage. 480 is going to be where it is an impossible shot. It will not make it. The catapult, it can go 500 to 1,000 feet, where 1,000 feet is where it is unusable. It will not reach. However, within for the catapult, if it is within 100 feet, it also cannot be used. You can't aim it, so it's going to land within 100 feet. All right. The ship, your ship, the Moondancer, you see Elena Sartell close her eyes for a moment, and then she says, "Everybody, hang on!" And the ship starts to do a really hard turn, and it starts to turn towards this ship. All right, man your battle stations, everyone. You see these sailors, the would-be slaves that are now workers of this ship. They all line up on the one side with their archery equipment. She says, "The rest of you, man the ballista and the mangonel." So it is up to you guys. Who wants to... Actually, you know what? Before we decide who's going to... Shit. Before we decide who is going to... There we go. Man what? We're going to roll initiative. Because remember, you're going to have to load it with one person's going to have to load it, and the other one's going to have to shoot it. So... Shit, I accidentally deleted Cal. One sec. I'll add you back. All right.
Wait, my badger's gone.
Just bring your badger back out. So your ship will be traveling at roughly 100 feet per round. And the other one is faster, so it is going to be traveling at 120 feet per round. And currently, right now, you guys are about 1.2. We're going to call it about 1,000 feet apart. Six, Badger. Okay. Okay, so some of
Sorry,
the
how many feet are we from the other ship?
1,000. That is where we're going to start, but I do have to order some things here. And we've got all right, so the Plasmoid Explorer is rolling to group and the priest. Sorry about that. I did have this all set up until, you know, it decided it wanted to fuck up.
The great crash of 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. All right. So Albus, you are first in order. Did you want to man
right.
something, or did you want, like, yeah, before we actually decide like what we're doing, or sorry, before the combat actually starts, I just want to make sure I know what you guys want to do. Did you want to man something, or did you want to reload, or how you doing? What do you want to do here?
I am going to reload this nifty, or load, I guess, this nifty catapult on the back of the deck.
All right. And let's see who's the next. Shuck, you're the next person in line. Did you want to be with Albus on this one in the back? Catapult?
Sure, but so you said the guy piloting the ship isn't on the top deck,
He's not.
which is weird for a pirate ship. So how do we tell him to turn the ship closer to them? Because we're
That's
out
the
of range.
captain's job.
So before I run over to help him, does it look like we're turning towards the ship?
Yes, you guys are turning to head almost headlong towards them.
All right, then yeah, I'll get on the catapult with him and I will just stand ready for when I think we're in a range that will actually do some damage.
All right, so I'll put you both there. Isfahan. Did you want to be reloading something? Or Did we have commoners before that? There was a couple commoners. Did you want to reload or did you want to fire ballista, or did you want to do something completely different? I saw your mic come on, but nothing came through.
Better now?
Yep.
There we go. So I think the ballista's out of range. No, we're at 480 versus 1,000.
For the moment, yes, but like it's a battle station situation, right?
I'm with
We're
you.
missing
I'll start
some.
loading this ballista.
All right, so you're loading that ballista, and next player up is Cal. Did you want to load, or did you want to the other ballista, or did you want to fire a ballista?
I want to work with Isfahan to fire this one.
Okay.
If that makes sense, like the two of us can man this ballista.
Okay, then she's going to call two of these commoners over to... oh, sorry. Where is Astariel? Did I not... Oh, I skipped Astariel. My bad. Astariel! You were actually next after Isfahan. Did you want to reload, or did you want to fire one of these ballistas? We do have commoners, so if, like, you know, somebody didn't want to sit there and just reload on their turn, you could always... could have taken a ballista as well, but there is one more ballista left. Oh, Astariel's gone. Oh, let's go to the restroom. Be back as soon as I can. You left to go to the...
Oh, since he's not here, I forgot that I need to command my ragdoll on my turn. Can I just tell it to do something?
Yes. I would say do that before you guys actually get into combat. Yes, I would allow it. Like, you guys are setting up to get ready for combat. You're not actually in combat yet.
So how would this work? If I put my ragdoll in the catapult and launched it at that ship, and then once it's within 150 feet, I could have it cast Fireball?
Give me 1 second. You have a different... is there any difference between your Find Familiar spell and the actual one? Because
No, it
of
says
your...
I can cast spells through it.
Yeah, but there's a specific criteria, I think. Give me a sec.
Mine's just the same.
All right, let me read Find Familiar. Finally, you can cast a spell with a range of touch. So that basically what that means is, like, if you're familiar, okay, so to talk to your familiar, it has to be within 100 feet of you, first off. And then to cast the spell with the range of touch means that it would have to be a spell that has a range of touch, and they would have to be the ones touching, even though it uses your spellcasting attack or DC. So no, Fireball would not work because that is a ranged spell. Basically, they just deliver a touch spell is how that works, but to actually, they would still have to be within 100 feet of you to be able to deliver that touch.
Fair enough. I'm just gonna have it come over to me then and stay with me.
And your badger?
I'm gonna tell it to be ready in case we get boarded.
Okay. Well, since I don't know what Astariel is gonna want to do, I'm just gonna say one of these dudes is going to load the catapult for her, or the ballista. All right, and with that, we are at the beginning of turn order. So, Albus, you said you're loading, right?
That is correct. Yeah.
Ah, welcome back, Stario. So there was one ballista left. Do you want to load it, or do you want to shoot it, or do you want to do something completely different?
Oh no, I'm at the catapult at the back of the ship.
Oh, you're staying at the back of the ship?
Oh yeah, that's where it's approaching from, right?
No,
Or-
it's coming. It was chasing you. Your guys' ship turned around. You guys are now headed almost headlong at it.
I'm a Stario. I was fine just loading the ballista.
God damn it.
I think he's just getting confused because it's his turn in the order.
Yeah, no, I meant a Sario. Like, okay, so you just want to load this other ballista then?
Yeah, I'll load it and let someone else shoot it.
Well, the only other person shooting it to shoot it would be the commoner.
You know what? Let's shoot the ballista.
All right. So, right now, you guys are about 1,000 feet apart. So, what we're going to do is we're going to... Thousand, and so if you're traveling towards each other, you guys are moving 100 feet per round. This one is moving 125, so that is... Sorry, 120, so that's 220 per round. All right. Albus, you begin to load up this catapult-like thing, and you turn it. You guys, between you and Shuck, you guys turn it towards the front of the ship.
All right. What's the estimated range?
Have you opened
of the ship?
the ship weaponry stat block?
Oh yeah, no, I have no. What I mean is like, how close is the enemy ship to us? Is it within?
Right now, it is
within
1,000
that
feet. It is 1,000 feet.
We didn't get any closer.
No, this is the start of the round.
Turn?
This is the start of the round. We hadn't started combat yet. This is where we're starting combat. We
Alright,
we were trying to figure out who's going where to man the battle stations. That's all that was before this.
All right, yeah. So I'll just load and load the catapult and hold and wait for it to come in range.
All right. Plasmoid's gonna load.
What are we loading it with?
If you zoom in, right next to it, there are like wooden boxes of like probably some sort of rock, maybe metal.
Maybe it's copies of ET from the Atari 2600.
Jesus Christ. And oh, I forgot. I got to shoot back, right? I guess I do need that stat block open after all.
Well, you don't have to. I mean,
All right. So, the catapult on their ship is loaded. So, we go through the first turn order really quickly, as nobody's in range, but you are all loaded up. So the Mangala, the two ballistas, they are all loaded. So now we get... You hear Elena. 780 feet! Fire when ready! Let's see. Albus, did you happen to have any long range spells or anything that you wanted to throw while you're waiting? I doubt you got anything that's 1,000 feet, but maybe.
I don't think anyone has anything that's 1,000 feet.
Fair enough. The first shot, you guys see a large crystal-like, stone. These ones, I forgot, the elf ship is stone and crystal. My apologies. So the green stuff is like the crystalline. The body is stone. A stone comes flying. And that is a miss. He loads. Shuck. You're up.
So I'm 780 feet. I can shoot.
Yes, it is a disadvantage.
All right. I am going to use one of my abilities. Hold on. I'm going to use my clockwork amulet. Because the catapult has a +5, right?
It does.
So
However,
when I make an attack roll,
this isn't, no, that's not going to work here. Because this is for when you are physically attacking. That's not how this works. This is basically the weapon attacking. You're pulling the trigger, but it doesn't work like that for not the clockwork amulet.
alright.
If you were making an attack, either melee, ranged, or spell, I would say yes.
Let's send them to hell.
A 12. It misses. Commoners are not within range. Badger can't do anything. Isfan, you're loading.
Yep.
Stariel, you are loading.
Yep.
Kalma. You are, I think you're still out of range, aren't you? You are.
Yeah.
They are going to shoot another catapult. At disadvantage, an 18. An 18 does hit. The first hit of the battle, a rock comes flying and slams into the top of the deck, breaking these stairs over here. So we're going to draw a black grid on that. Plasmoid will load. Top of the turn order, Albus, you reload, and you are now 780 minus 220.
Yep. So loading is an action, so that's really all I can do, correct?
Correct.
Unless you didn't want to load. If you had a spell.
Oh no, I'm
going or
loading.
something.
Like if yeah, no, I'm loading. We're firing all we can at these guys.
All right, you're loading. They are going to take another shot. They're still at disadvantage. That is an 8. This one misses. You guys see it soaring in, and it just lands to the that starboard, that is port, to the port of the ship. Loads. Shock.
So my hexes, I don't see a range on them. So what would you say my range is on them? Somebody I can see?
You don't see a range in your. Hold on a sec. Let me take a look.
They're not spells. They don't have a range on here.
It's usually the into hexes, voice, attack roll, saving throw. All hexes are verbal or somatic components. Your choice at the time of casting hex. All right, so
Oh,
hollow.
wait, one of them says, "Oh, I can see within 60." Oh no, they do have a thing. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. I knew it had to be somewhere.
All right, we fire the catapult again. Is it still disadvantage?
Yes. Until next round.
God damn.
Let's see. Isfahan, you load.
I'm using my bonus action aim.
What?
I think it says if you aim as a bonus action.
Oh yeah, but you're the one loading, aren't you?
But you can't load and aim.
No. Whoever's
Action bonus
taking the
action?
shot, whoever's taking the shot, has to be the one
Oh,
to
they aim.
aim and shoot. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll load.
You're loading.
I'll load.
Fuck, I forgot to aim.
I mean, it's obvious. Holy fuck. I mean, it's obvious. You don't have to say it. It's your bonus action. So if you're like, all right, I'm shooting, well, obviously you had to aim, right? Commoner loads. Astariel. Just out of range still, barely. Kalma.
Where's
So are
where's
you
the stat block for the ship weaponry?
under? If you go to where your characters are, if you go down a little bit, you will see ship weaponry.
I
One
see it.
one quick question, so that one person isn't doing all the firing. It says you can aim and fire, or you can load and aim. So could essentially one person load and aim, the other person fires then loads, then the other person aims and fires.
No, because whoever is firing, they're the ones like sitting in the seat. Okay, so how these ballistas work, right? To actually aim one, you've got two cranks on either side. One raises and lowers, the other one turns it left and right. And then you've got to pull the trigger. So like if you're sitting in the seat, like you're the one aiming, you're the one shooting. That's why it says it can be done in one round with two people operating.
Yeah, I was just trying to give other people a chance to fire as well.
Well, that's why I had set it up that way and asked who wants to do what. But no, I get what you're getting at. Kalma, you still just out of range? Plasmoid.
Yeah, I think so.
Plasmoid loads and they fire. Oh, it's not a disadvantage because you're still. So we got to roll a d20 plus. You know what? I'll just do it this way. And a 16 is the lower one, so it does hit. Oh, I'm an idiot. Sorry, I didn't actually take the take away the first damage. Okay, so total is Albus reloads. Shock.
Yep.
Straight roll.
Oh, sorry. Top of the order. Hold on a sec. You might actually want to do something, Albus. My apologies. 560 minus 220. All right. Is there anything you wish to do, Albus? You are 340 feet from the ship now.
Let me see here. Okay. I'm going to call out to this gentleman over here to take my spot, loading the catapult, and I am going to dash 60 feet and start moving my way up to the front of the ship.
All right. Let's see. Who's the next commoner? Okay, it is that one. Okay.
Is a ballista bolt a different weapon?
Ballista bolt is the ones at the front of the ship. That's the ones that Kalma, Astariel, Isfahan, and the commoner are on. But yeah, sure. Make your way. Albus.
Yeah, sorry, technology's just getting away from me here.
Oh, no worries. There's no grid on top of the ship this time because it is an object here instead of part of the map, right? Ha! I'm an idiot. I didn't roll in Elena. Oh my god, there's so many stat blocks.
You need a fourth monitor.
I fucking have 4. They're all full right now, dude. I've got shit overlapping so hard. I need another computer so I can have 4 more monitors. That's what I need. All right.
Well, that part I can't help.
Sorry, what?
That I can't help with, but suggestions, I got suggestions. Any suggestions I got.
All right, so you are dashing. Do you have bonus action? Or is there anything else you wish to do?
You said they're about how far away from the Australia they are? 200 and
340 right now. And I'm not like equating for like, you know, whether they're 340 from the back of the ship or the front. It's just we're just going with 340 feet.
no, I'm gonna call it there. That's my turn.
All right. All right, they had their turn. Oh shit. That commoner, the catapult is not going to be loaded when it comes around to Shuck's turn. So, Shuck, what do you want to do?
Can I use my okay, sorry. Can my familiar load it?
No. It's a badger, man.
It's not, it's a ragdoll.
Oh, no, it doesn't have that kind of strength. Like, these are still heavy. Like, your familiar has, your ragdoll's got what kind of strength? Probably a 1 or something, right?
So then I am going to load it and then command my ragdoll to aim and fire.
Got a 4 strength. I don't think it can.
Does it say strength is required to fire?
I mean, just common knowledge. Like they're not easy to pull. Like you got to put your body weight into it. However, the commoner, it does have a turn coming up, the one that he called to replace. So he can always you can always load it, and he can run over and shoot it if you want.
All right.
All right, so you load it. Commoner runs over. What do you want me to do?
Fire! Fire at will!
He comes around and he aims it up. I think that should be good. And no longer disadvantage. That's a fucking hit. That is 12.
Does anybody have Featherfall?
We're in space. We don't need Featherfall. I got the cheat sheet right here.
Well, you would need Featherfall if we catapulted a honey badger onto their ship.
Holy shit!
Don't want it to die on impact.
I don't know how much damage could a honey badger do if it hits the ship.
Well, exactly why we wanted to land on the ship.
I think what he's getting at is, you know, if you don't have Featherfall and you still want to do it, yeah, it's gonna hurt the badger, but I mean, it might do some fucking damage to the ship too.
Yeah, if we
It'll be
stuff it
like
with
it'll be like
explosives.
it'll be like that Muppets pirate movie with Tim Curry just launching fuzzy things at each other, hoping for the best.
God damn. All right. Isfahan. Since it's already loaded, is there anything you wish to do?
Might as well take a shot. You know what? I'm not gonna roll anything else tonight.
Holy shit. All right. So that's a miss. The commoner, noticing that you already took the shot, is going to start the reload. Oh wait, yeah, it's not that commoner. It is the next commoner. You guys notice that the you at the front of the ship can see this. Get ready, they're gonna board when they get close enough, yells Sartella, and you see them get close to the edge of the wing. Stariel, yours is also loaded. Did you want to do something else, or did you want to take the shot?
I want to take the shot.
All right. It is disadvantage with the ballista bolt at this range.
Never stopped me before. I'm missing a button somewhere.
Under attacks, ballista bolt. In the ship weaponry, stop block. 14. 14 is a miss. The bolt flies out, and unfortunately, it sinks underneath the ship before it can make contact. Cal, one is being loaded, the other is empty.
I will load the one. It's because Isfahan's kind of like ready to shoot the other one, right?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, I'd rather load the other one so it's ready.
All right. Elena pulls out her weapons. Commoner is still too far. Load and fire. At this range, it is not disadvantage. So a 17 is a hit. Another stone flies through the space between the ships and lands on the deck, taking out another chunk. He gets to here. All right, give me one moment. I'm missing one of my handouts. Jesus, there's so much shit to run with the with Spelljammer campaign. God damn. That's the wrong one. It's got to be this one. Okay. It's going to get to here, and they're all holding actions. Shit. Which one was that? Okay, that one. Still out of range. Start of round. We are now within 120 feet.
Is that center mass or wing?
That is the most beautiful thing you've ever said, Blair.
Okay.
Because we're using that.
20-foot radius sphere of blackness, bitter cold, appears centered on a point within range.
Is
Awesome.
the 120 though from the tip of that yellow part or from like center mass of the ship?
Like I said, it's where we're just counting them that close. Doesn't matter from where. I'm not keeping track of how long the ship is and shit.
So we could hit anywhere on the ship then.
Basically, yes.
That's what I like to hear.
All right. Void is filled with cacophony of whispers. Slipping noises can be heard up to 30 feet away. Blinded. Void creatures in a warp. Okay. 150 feet. So... And where would you like to put this? I'm guessing on the wing?
Yeah, right where those four souls are.
Okay. All right. Any creature that starts its turn in the area takes 2d6 cold damage. Any creature that ends its turn Makes dex saving throw and takes 2d6. Okay. Plasmoid loads. You guys can see somebody on the ship yelling instructions. However, you cannot hear it as of yet. Going to shoot.
It should have been straight roll, right?
Yep, which would be a 6.
Or is it too close for a catapult?
Nope, it is. You guys are 120 feet away.
That's not a 6 player. That's a natural 1. Get out the table.
They don't get tables. They just fail horribly. So I'm dictating what happens instead of having to sit here and fucking bring up the table and then roll it. I'm just going to dictate what happens. And what's going to happen is they miscalculated. And so we're going to double that. When they tried to release the catapult, something didn't work right, and a part of the catapult snapped. So when it threw it, it didn't throw it far enough out. Instead, it sent it almost directly up, coming back down on its own wing up here. They took 24 damage from that as a few pieces of the wing start to crack away. Shock.
So would me just looking at him and saying, "You load, I have a plan," and maybe just like calling out and asking the next guy over to come up to man the catapult with him, would that take part of my action and bonus action? If I was just yelling it out as I was climbing up, I assume there's like a ladder or something by this pole, by the mast pole.
No, just the ones in the center mass. The front and the back ones are always a lot shorter.
Yeah, but they usually would have like just like a rope ladder or something to get up, climb up. But is there anything around me that I could stand on to look higher? Like, would I have a clear line of sight to hit the center of that ship where all those people are?
I'm gonna say yes. Probably not quite a clear one, but between the sails fluttering, you can probably get a shot off at whatever you're trying to do.
And is it okay for me asking that guy to come up and man the catapult this guy? All right, so I'm gonna try and shoot off a fireball.
Okay.
And I want it to be centered on like that center mass of the ship where we saw somebody barking orders. Do you need me to do that for you?
Nope, I got it. So they have Stealth Commander makes his at advantage. Honor Guard does not. Plasmoid Explorer. Okay. Okay.
Did I only get 3 of them in there? Or... oh shit.
The Honor Guard did not have advantage. Damn, would have been nice if he did.
And does it damage the catapult?
Yes, it does. And okay. Yeah, you watch as 4 of these what you would know to be plasmoid um creatures, basically blobs in a human shape, almost like a gelatin, or an ooze. You watch as suddenly the flames engulf them, and they fall down and basically turn into a puddle and begin to sizzle away. The other two, however,
Sorry.
they both kind of try and shield their eyes. The one manages to kind of leap somewhat out of the way, getting behind a shield and covering himself. The other one takes it full force. He's definitely hurt, but now he's pissed. You can see him shouting for more to come up. I don't know why I deleted those. I shouldn't. Can I bring them back? I can. Okay.
So do I still have a bonus action then?
Yeah.
So scratch what I said. Like, I bonus action load the fucking cannon. The catapult.
Okay.
And when those guys all exploded, you guys see like a red life force energy fucking fly across into me.
It takes an action to load it.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, action.
Fair enough.
But yeah, you guys do watch as this fireball hits and explodes. Then suddenly all this like almost looks a little bit like a misty gas that you would see in space suddenly flies from these creatures and absorb directly into Shuck.
So bonus action, then I yell at my badger to get to the, what is it, port, where those other guys are.
Starboard is the right side, port is left.
So starboard, I yell at him to get to the starboard and prepare for boarders.
Okay. Elf Commander. Gonna get to there. All right, that one loads it. The other one rushes over, and he's going to fire it. $19. That is a 22. Giant Badger. Isfahan.
Remind me, is the ballista loaded, or do I need to load it? Or do you recall?
I think Cal loaded it. Right, Cal?
Yeah, it's loaded, ready to go.
And you
All
are
right.
within range.
Well, let's waste another roll.
I believe in you.
It's not at disadvantage, however, that is still not enough, unfortunately.
And after that, I'm going to start moving down towards the middle of the ship. And that's me.
All right, how far? Oh, I didn't open that commoner stat block. There's too many stat blocks. Oh. My roll 20 is getting laggy because I have so many goddamn stat blocks open. Short bow. The range on a short bow. Because apparently commoners don't have that in the damn stat block. 80 to 320. They start loosing arrows. None of them hit. You hear from aboard, as now they're getting closer. When I tell you on the wing to jump out as far as you can.
Oh, please do.
They are going to hold there. So start of their turn, they take some damage, I believe. Mr. Albus.
Correct.
2d6 cold.
All right, and then I believe it's a dex save. If they end the turn in there, right?
That is correct.
All right.
DC 16, I believe. Yep.
Give me another 2d6 acid.
That's what I'd like to see.
Okay.
But one quick question, Blair. Would that also affect the wing?
Can you post a
I
spell
don't
for me?
think it would.
All right. I can hear whispers and slurping noises. No magic. Wise can illuminate the area. Creatures fully within the area blinded. Void creates a warp in the fabric of space. The area is difficult terrain. Any creature that starts its turn in the area takes. I'm gonna say no because it specifies creature.
All good. I'm pushing my luck.
All gravy. This one loads this ballista that Isfahan just left. Astariel.
Is my ballista loaded?
I don't think so. I believe Cal loaded Isfans that time.
Have these ships gotten closer? Because they don't look closer on the map, but
At the end of this round, they will be within docking or boarding distance. Right now, they're at 120
Okay.
feet apart, and they're
120,
like,
you say?
yep, 120.
So if I get to right next to Isfahan, would that be within 120 feet of like these people on the wing here?
So I'm not counting anywhere on the ship. Just if you're on the ship, you're 120 feet away. It's easier. And this ship isn't to the left. I just need to fit it there. It is actually like, I guess on the map it would be southwest. So it's like way the fuck down here kind of thing. 120 feet away. But yes, if you have a fireball you wish to drop.
Maybe not specifically a fireball. I have to look at some ranges real quick. I think for now I will go up to my companions about here, and I will bless Cal, Isfahan, and Albus.
Is bless isn't touch, right? It's just within 30 feet or something.
Yes.
Okay.
Up to 3 creatures within 30 feet.
All right. So who was it again? Isfahan.
Cal and Albus.
All right. Misa Cal. There is 1 ballista loaded.
And he's hopping on it to shoot.
Send it. Bruh. Okay, on this one, because it's not you attacking, I'm going to dictate what happens. Let's see how much damage that is. Bro, you know you can just hit the attack and they'll roll it, right? But it's fine. I like yours better.
Nice.
Oh, Mr. Cal. Mr. Cal. The peon there didn't load it properly. You pull this trigger, the ballista bursts apart. The heavy metal string for the firing mechanism slaps you in the head for double damage. You go flying backwards. Actually, I'm not going to make it double damage because it's you, not a ship. So you take 23 and you are over here, prone on the ground. Actually, I'm going to put you, that would have sent you flying even at your size. We're going to put you over here. In fact, when it bursts apart, it even sent this guy off the ship. He's gone. You hear, as you hit the ground, start to tell, what the hell happened? Cal, get up. We're going to need you over here.
Cal's trying to shake it off.
You can use your movement to get back up and start moving to where you want to be, if you'd like.
Yeah, he's gonna slowly get up and use 15 feet of movement to crawl this way or stumble this way. That's it for Cal.
All right, I'm gonna start tell sits here. These plasmoids get back up. Come from underneath, head back up, but they're about to be out or too close to use the catapult anyway. He's gonna hold his action. However, give me another 4d6, Albus. Actually, sorry, wait. See if he actually passes his dex save first before I tell you to roll all 4. He doesn't. Give me 4d6.
I like that roll.
Yeah, it's a pretty goddamn solid roll, actually. Like, really fucking solid. All right. Now,
Okay. How close? What I need to know, player, is how close are they? Are they within docking range, or are they still a little ways off?
oh, fuck me. They should have been taking that damage. Oh, well, they already took it. But your circle, you choose a point. So these ships are continuing to move. But before, there are held actions. You hear
Wouldn't the point-
you hear Sartell call out, "Here they come!" As the ship gets close. They use their held actions to jump aboard
Did
the
one of
ship.
them pass my badger?
No. Okay, so he can
Move the
get to
badger?
here with his held action. What?
Nothing.
And as they hop aboard, you see more plasmoids begin to filter out from the depths of their ship. And now they are charging towards you all. However, standing here, God damn it. An elf. At least you think it is. The helmet covers its entire face. Small little beads of what almost look like infrared lights shining out from the helmet. Gets to the edge. Sorry, again, man, so many handouts. I believe it is time that you surrendered to us. It comes almost like a strange echo, this voice. Sartell says, I think I'll have to politely decline. Get them off my ship! Yells Sartell, and that is where we are going to end for the evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Before you start closing things, can you re-add my badger to the turn order? I was trying to delete a mimic I added by mistake, and I deleted the badger.
Do you know where it was in the turn order?
His initiative was 17 point something.
What's his dexterity?
17.1.
All right, so he would be.
Dexterity is 10.
He was in between the two commoners. Oh, it's 10? Okay, so he'd be underneath the two commoners. Okay. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to close out. Give me a moment to outro the stream, and I'll be right back.
Sounds
Well, That was quite a show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I had fun. I hope they did too. And I hope you guys did that came in and hung out for a bit. Appreciate you stopping in, Kenny. Our next game is 2 weeks from today. However, I do also have one of the last 2 sessions of Adventures in Wildmount coming this Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I hope to see you there. And remember, everybody, be savage or go home. Pieces.